What's going on, guys? Good morning. Welcome back to United View. Hope everyone is doing very well. Welcome back to Match View Live. And live we are indeed for Manchester United versus Nottingham Forest in the Premier League at Old Trafford. Kickoff is in just under 2 hours' time. Team news is coming out in just under 45 minutes' time. And for the final time this season, Manchester United have a Premier League match at Old Trafford. Our final match, forget the competition, our final match at Old Trafford this season. We don't have to worry about needing to get a certain specific result. We don't have to worry about anyone else. Our future is already determined. We are going to be in the Champions League next season, but we want to end on a high note, and there is so much going on today at Old Trafford. My goodness me, we've got celebrations, we've got farewells, we've got possible announcements coming when it comes to Michael Carrick, we've got speeches, and we got a game of football too. So there is so much to get into. It's going to be a long stream, I think, today. You know, usually post-match, we have like the breakdown of the match. I think actually post-match, we're probably going to be discussing the breakdown of the speeches and the announcements and the farewells and what have you as well. So it's going to be an emotional day. Hopefully good emotions, hopefully positive emotions. Hopefully it's a case of we won the match, but the bigger news happens before, after the match. We don't have to worry and argue too much about the result or the performance or anything like that. So today's going to be really interesting. It's a really quite curious time at the moment, isn't it, for Manchester United? I mean, we're kind of, I would say, reminiscing on this season. I think a lot of people are looking forward to what could be coming next season, a busy summer, announcements, transfers, and Champions League football being back, and just kind of a what's on the horizon kind of feeling at the moment. And the end, not just yet. Of course, we've got one more game after today, next week against Brighton, but the end of another emotional up and down season with a lot of twists and turns. And we'll do it all again next season. But we still got to do a couple more games first. We've still got to get over the line today against the Nottingham Forest side. A bit like us, haven't really got too much to play for. They're safe, but they're also going to want to win the game. They had a backup team playing at Stamford Bridge against Chelsea a couple of weeks ago before their Europa League semi-final against Villa, which of course they did lose. But that was a rotated team, and they were fantastic against Chelsea that day. So just because there might be rotation today, or just because we've got two sides that have got nothing to play for, you never really know what you're going to get with these kind of matches, do you? It can just be a complete ball fest, both teams on the beach. Or it can actually be a really entertaining game of football that you go, bloody hell, where did that game came from? That was a bit of the end of season spectacular. So we'll see today. The hope is, of course, Manchester United get a victory, keep momentum going, block out the noise, and look forward. And that's the key thing, I think, today is looking forward about what comes next. What comes next for Casemiro? What comes next for Michael Carrick? What comes next for Bruno Fernandes? Does he break the assist record today? Does he equal it? Do Manchester United get another win? So there's plenty to discuss in the build-up to this one. Of course, if we get any early squad news, team news, you know the drill by this point. We'll be covering it. We'll be covering every little thing that happens. I've got my now updated Twitter scroller here. Previously, I was using, what was it, TweetDeck. I don't even know if it was called that anymore. And then suddenly X meant you had to pay for it, and you had to pay a lot for it. So I was looking around for a new one. And I found a new one. So we'll be really up to date. We'll be really up to date about all of the news, all of the going-ons, and everything else that happens in between. Of course, today it is going to be a bit of a sad day. It is. It's going to be a bit of a sad one. And it's going to be an emotional one. And you know what that means? It means we'll get distracted. I know I'll get distracted. I know you'll get distracted as well. But Niche Fan has got the right attitude. Got the right attitude today. Niche Fan, click the like button early, then you don't even have to think about it. You don't have to think about it again. You don't have to think about it. You don't even have to go, oh, did I do that? Didn't I do that? It's done. Park that to one side, lock in, enjoy the game, enjoy the atmosphere, enjoy the emotions. Emotions are a good thing as well, but now, not terrible, obviously. So if you haven't already clicked the like button, be sure to subscribe. The emotions are already starting when it comes to the goodbye. Of course, that is the goodbye to Casemiro today. We can get it all up on the screen. There's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of this today, folks. So, of course, today will be the final time that Casemiro wears the red shirt of Manchester United at Old Trafford. It's going to be the final time that big game Cas, big game Miro will be playing as a Manchester United player at the Theatre of Dreams. So it's going to be an emotional farewell today. Now, Chris Wheeler, Nathan Salt from the Mail, saying that shortly before kickoff at Old Trafford today, a banner will float across the Stretford end, paying tribute to Casemiro for his contribution to Manchester United. Casemiro will leave immediately after his last match against Brighton next week for Brazil's World Cup warm-up games, and part of the send-off for the player and his family involved a team bonding barbecue on Wednesday when the club hired a bungee jump for all the kids at Carrington. Good grief. Casemiro already, if you're feeling the emotion too already, this has already been posted. Look at this. You can see right here, Casemiro on Instagram. The last game at Old Trafford. You can see the guys there in the bus getting ready to travel to the Theatre of Dreams. Cass there on the right. You can see, what's that? Dallo, Leacher, Manuel Ugarte. There's Mateus Cunha in there as well. A lot of South American influence in that picture right there, apart from Dallo, obviously. So, yeah, this is what today is going to be, isn't it? It is going to be an emotional one, and it is going to be a newsworthy one. And just on Cass, just on Cass quickly, I know Flex spoke about him in his road trip, which we'll play later on as well. But, just what a journey it's been for him. I spoke a few minutes ago about, this season being like every season for Manchester United over the last decade or so, up and down and, filled with emotion, filled with fighting, filled with drama, filled with you name it. And that's basically Casemiro's also his kind of career a little bit at United. I trace it back to the start, after that terrible start under Erik ten Hag, right? And that season when we lose against Brighton and we get absolutely pumped against Brentford. And then with the dying days of the window, Man United kind of do a bit of a madness, don't they? And we get Casemiro, we get Anthony and spend a lot of money, probably overspend. And Cass, by all accounts, even when watching that performance of Manchester United versus Brentford, that fateful day with that 4-0, said, "Don't worry, I will fix this." And he came in, and people kind of forget that when Cass arrived, he wasn't in the team straight away. There was a period of time there where I remember the discussion was like, why can't Cass get into the team? It was McTominay that was starting some Premier League games for a short period. And there was this feeling of, can Cass do it in the Prem? Is he actually even that good? Remember, that was the discussion for a bit, wasn't it? Is he even that good? He was playing alongside two of the greatest midfielders ever in Toni Kroos and Luka Modric. So that would make anyone look good. How good is Casemiro really? And he's proved it that first season. It's like it is now, isn't it? The first season, which was, if Cass doesn't play, Man United don't win. Man United, for I think like a fraction of a second, there was a whisper that we could be involved in a bit of a push for the title that year. It lasted, again, about half a second. But the feeling was, I think it was like, beat Palace at Selhurst Park, beat Arsenal at the Emirates, and then we can talk. We were beating Palace at Selhurst Park. We went into that game knowing Cass can't get a yellow card. Who missed the game at the Emirates. We were winning. Then late on, Cass gets a yellow card. And was it from that resulting free kick? It might have been, or a free kick afterwards. Elise, was brilliant and made it 1-1. And then he was banned from the game at the Emirates. We didn't win that game. And, the less said about that title push, the better. But still, that season, he was brilliant. And then, of course, second season is when you get the whole, the football has left him. In reality, it's kind of like two things are true there. His legs have gone. Well, legs probably have gone, or they are going. He's an older player, but any player in that, Ten Hag system with the gaps and covering the midfield, it was a near impossible job, wasn't it? That's why we would lose those games and have so many shots against us. So Cass got exposed, I think, in the same way that any player probably would. Certainly any player in his 30s would get exposed. Third season, it started off a bit of the same, didn't it? Because there was a feeling that he might go in that summer of this after the second season, right? He wasn't in that FA Cup final squad. He had an injury at the time, and there was the constant Saudi rumours. And it was actually a bit of a surprise that he stayed that summer. And then it kind of was the same, wasn't it? Under Eric, he's getting exposed against Liverpool. Toby Collier comes on for Casemiro, which at the moment seems mad to even think about. But at that time, again, it was, the football's left him, and what's he going to do? And then even when Ruben came in, he was out in the cold with a lot of people, if this isn't going to work. And he won Ruben over to the point that Ruben, towards the end of last season, was actively protecting him, keeping him for big games like the Europa League final. Or he was one of Ruben's most consistent players in sort of the second half of that season. And then, of course, this season, he's just been absolutely brilliant. Even under Ruben, he was doing well, but certainly under Carrick, it's kind of gone up a notch, hasn't it? And we know the goals, his contribution, his leadership, the big game player that he is. And also, it's actually not just the goals, not just the leadership, but I don't think he even gets the credit for his ability on the ball. He is a much better passer of the ball than I think a lot of people give him credit for, and certainly gave him credit for when he came over to the Premier League. There was this feeling that he kind of got carried a little bit by your Cruises and your Modrics, and he was just this tackler, and he's much more than that. So, and also for all of the chatter about his transfer fee or whatever, we didn't end up paying all of it, of course, because he didn't win Champions League and Premier Leagues and what have you. And it still probably wasn't the best deal financially for us to do. But a credit to him is that, you know, he's bounced back and he's shown quality. He's shown class. And doing that in the Prem is one thing. Doing it at Manchester United, in some of the teams he's had to play in some of the pressure moments, in some of the tactical systems, in some of the moments, to still come out of the other side of all of that now and be like, if we could keep him for another season and the deal could be worked out, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world and this, that, and the other. That's a testament to really his quality, is that he's kind of survived all of it. Do you know what I mean? In that a lot of, lesser players, lesser quality players, with everything, with all the ups and downs he's had to face over these 4 seasons at United, a lot of lesser players would have crumbled and just fade away, and we'd have gone, yeah, they are past it. Just come back a couple of times and prove people wrong consistently is a credit to the player that he is. Really, really is. So hopefully today he will get a massive reception and reaction. Probably, I mean, one would hope the game goes the way that he can get that kind of 85 minute substitution, and the entire Old Trafford crowd gets up and applauds him and gives him the send-off that he deserves. Maybe the game won't go that way and he might end up playing the full 90. He's going to get that moment post-match anyway. There's a lot on the agenda today at Old Trafford in terms of not just the match. It's featuring several special moments. As touched on previously, fans are going to be unveiling this Stretford End banner as a tribute to Casemiro before kickoff. Academy talents JJ Gabriel and Tyler Fletcher will also be honoured on the pitch after winning major youth awards. Of course, JJ Gabriel won the Jimmy Murphy Player of the Year award. He also won the Premier League Under-18 Player of the Year award as well, which is remarkable considering this season, when the season started, he was 14 and he's winning the Under-18 Player of the Year award. What a talent. And Tyler Fletcher as well will get his award and get the spotlight that they deserve. After the match, of course, as is tradition, the players and the backroom staff and everyone associated with United playing staff will do the lap of appreciation to thank supporters for their backing throughout the season. There's going to be this special farewell moment for Casemiro. I don't know if he's going to be doing a speech. His English has certainly improved, but it's one thing doing a one-to-one with Rio Ferdinand. It's another speaking in front of 75,000 people, but he might just keep it very, very simple. Thank you very much, that kind of thing. So we'll wait and see about that. And then, of course, on top of all of this today is, I say we're kind of like half expecting a little bit here, or expecting some kind of announcement at some point today when it pertains to Michael Carrick. We know the story at this point. It's been widely reported now, hasn't it? It was reported by Laurie Whitwell and others. David Ornstein said it yesterday that there is this broad agreement for Michael Carrick to become the permanent head coach of Manchester United. Maybe the reason it might not get announced today, perhaps, is there are still, I's to dot, T's to cross when it comes to backroom staff. There was a bit of discussion about a set piece coach, getting the guy that was with us a couple of years ago. He could possibly be coming back. He was at Spurs this season, previously of Brentford, which is quite funny, actually, because there was a lot of discussion about how good he is, or good he was at United, because it was like, we weren't great on set pieces. And then he went, and now we're brilliant on set pieces. And look, he's at Spurs this season. But I think a lot of Spurs goals have come from set pieces this season. And by all accounts, under Ruben, I think he wasn't as involved on set pieces. He was moved. He wasn't, I don't know, but we're looking for a set piece coach. So that may be the reason that the announcement could be delayed a little bit. But I still think at some point today, we're probably going to get some kind of announcement. It's just a case of how and when they really do it here. They could do it before kickoff. it's a 12:30 kickoff. Maybe at lunchtime, 12 p.m., they make the announcement that Michael Carrick is now the permanent head coach. Maybe they leave it to after kickoff, to after the match rather, when they're doing those announcements, or they're doing those bits and pieces on the pitch after the game. They do the lap of celebration. Carrick is going to speak to the crowd anyway, as is usually the case, not always the case, as Samuel Luckhurst pointed out. I tell you what, I don't know if you guys saw this. I should probably find it, actually. I should probably find it. In fairness, the post from Samuel Luckhurst maybe isn't, the best worded post in the world. But if there was ever a social media post that kind of summed up where sort of social media is, particularly football Twitter is at the moment, it was probably this one from Samuel Luckhurst. So Samuel Luckhurst wrote, Carrick will unsurprisingly address the Old Trafford crowd on Sunday. Not every Manchester United manager has done that in the past after the final home game. And he lists examples of coaches that haven't done that. Mourinho in 2017 and 2018, Solskjaer in 2019, Rangnick in 2022. But the vast majority do. The post-game, thanks to the crowd. We saw it last season with Ruben, right? The good times are coming. Or we've seen it with Ten Hag when he did that kind of rallying speech about going to Wembley. We still have one more game and, all of that stuff. But here, Luckhurst says, Carrick will address the crowd. Not everyone's done it. And he lists the examples. For some reason, and again, this kind of, I think does kind of sum up football Twitter or just social media maybe in general. It's not even a football thing. Instead of reading the post, everyone just assumed that he basically said that Mourinho in 2017, 2018, and Solskjaer in 2019, and Rangnick in 2022 were the only people that have spoken after the match, which is clearly not what the post says. But the replies are filled with Amorim did too, Ten Hag did it too, didn't Amorim do the same? This man did the same thing too. Didn't Amorim say better days were coming? I thought Ten Hag did. Amorim did. Ten Hag did. How can you call yourself a journalist? Even Amorim did. Amorim did. You can't. He did spell Ollie's last name wrong. That one is true. What about Ten Hag? Ten Hag and Amorim did. What you want about? Also Giggs. Amorim did too last season. Ten Hag did. And I thought, people just can't read. I mean, good grief. I mean, again, it's maybe not the best, or well-worded post in the world, but I don't think it's one that can really. All it takes is to read it a couple of times before you might read and go, wait a minute, does that make sense? Read it twice. Oh, that's what he means. But which kind of just sums up the point, isn't it? I think I spoke about this a few days ago that I did read like an article recently just about society being angrier post-pandemic. And I think that one kind of sums it up a little bit. Like, it doesn't really matter what it says. The post, I'm just going to scream at you in the replies, even though with a lot of chest, even though I'm very wrong in what I'm saying. It's kind of, that one caught my eye a little bit. So yes, Michael Carrick will speak after the game. Whether or not he makes the announcement then that I'm, does the Leonardo DiCaprio, I'm not fucking leaving. I kind of doubt that, in the sense I just don't really feel like that's Michael Carrick's style. I mean, again, maybe I'm wrong. Manchester United, of course, do love the clicks and the flair for the dramatics and the likes and the retweets and stuff like that. But that just seems a bit awkward in terms of Michael Carrick's character to be like, oh, and by the way, I'm staying. I think they would probably do an announcement, like I say, maybe at midday. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing. I don't have any insider knowledge on that. Maybe it's a bit like we kind of see at the end of pre-seasons, when we sometimes often play that last pre-season game and it's at Old Trafford before the season begins. And wouldn't you know it, every single time we play that one, we've got a signing that we announced that day, whether it's like Rasmus Højlund or Benjamin Šeško or whoever. So maybe it's a bit like that. It's announced before kickoff and then post-match Carrick talks about it. But I would be expecting some form of an announcement today. And now with that announcement, now you then move on, of course, to what's next. And I don't think it should be a thing that's dwelled on too long for Michael Carrick. And I think it's a pat on the back. It's well done. But it's also the work starts now, isn't it? Michael Carrick doesn't and shouldn't need time to settle in. There's not a period of time of, well, he's got to get to know how things work around here. That's the beauty of hiring an interim or someone already in situ. It's like when you hire someone permanently that's been in maternity leave, they already know the job. There isn't any induction. There isn't any getting to know the players. There isn't any fresh start. We hear that sometimes as well, don't we? With when new managers comes in, got to get to know the squad. Everyone gets a fresh start. It's a clean slate. It's not a clean slate. It's moving on, isn't it? It's moving on to the next. And I guess what is the next after today and next week when it comes to the fixtures is the transfer window. And this is why I'm happy that this decision when it comes to Carrick, first of all, obviously I think that Carrick deserves a shot. I think he's deserved to go at it because of what he has achieved this season. I think there are concerns and reservations naturally, but I think he's earned the right to prove people wrong and to see if he can fix some of those things that maybe he is being criticised for next season. And I really hope he does well. I think he's got the same chance as every other coach that's coming at Manchester United, which is 50-50, probably less than in terms of it working out. But that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of Manchester United, isn't it? So I don't think he'll be any different in that regard. And just like every single Manchester United coach that's come before him, if he doesn't get the results next season, if it dries up, then he'll be in trouble and then he might be gone. He's not special in that regard. Every coach is the same that comes in. But he is going to be, I guess, hoping on the same thing that if it was Andoni Iraola, if it was Xabi Alonso, who's now just gone to Chelsea, he was never going to come to United, by the way. But if it was any other coach coming in this summer, he now needs a strong transfer window and he needs to be backed by Ineos to get the players in the same way that Ruben did last summer, in the same way that every coach has before. So there was a little bit coming out from United District yesterday, just kind of on transfers and Carrick now that he's going to be the permanent head coach, with United District saying that Michael Carrick will have a more significant involvement in transfers compared to Ruben Amorim. Sources say Carrick asked for more assurances regarding signings, which the club welcomed. I saw a lot of contrasting opinions on this as well, whether this is a good thing, whether this is a bad thing. And I was thinking about this yesterday, and I wonder what you guys make of it. I really don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. The beauty of being a Manchester United supporter, particularly over the last decade, is that we have tried everything. So because we've tried everything, we don't know what works and doesn't work anymore. So we've had situations where Erik ten Hag was heavily involved in recruitment, and we talk about, the Seg influence and all that kind of stuff and the signings under Ten Hag and this, that, and the other, and that was a bad thing. But there's also, I remember one of the things about the Ollie reign was, look, they didn't listen to Ollie. They should have listened to Ollie of get Jude Bellingham, get Erling Haaland, get Declan Rice, get Camavinga. You should have got these players. Ollie, you should have got these ones. Or Ralph Rangnick, you should have listened to Ralph. Ralph said, go get all of these different players, and we didn't get them. So I think the real answer of whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, if the head coach is involved with the transfer strategy, is if they're any good at spotting players. That's probably the actual answer is. It's a good thing if he's totally aligned with the recruitment team as is, and those same targets that they've been pursuing, let's say, for the last 12 months or what have you. If Michael Carrick is aligned with that or wants to tweak that a little bit, then I would say that's probably a good thing. It's a good thing to be aligned on all of that and good to be aligned with Vaval and Wilcox and Barada as they chase their transfer targets last summer, because we saw that they had a very good window last summer. But at the same time, if you do go into maybe the Ten Hag route of sort of overpowering some of the recommendations, because you've got personal ties to them, or they're in the same agency as you, or you've got the same agent, that's when you get into a little bit of, I don't know if that's the best thing in the world. So I think the answer really for this one, before people freak out, which they will, I think it just kind of depends. It depends how good Michael Carrick's eye is for spotting players. It could be a really positive summer like it was last summer, or it could be Erik ten Hag where he's overpowering people and we're like, he's just going to go sign, ex-Carrick players. So the answer to that is who knows. What I would hope this is the case, that I remember seeing an interview, I forget the guy's name. someone will let me know in the chat. He did an interview. It might have been a season ago, a couple of seasons ago. He was someone that was really involved in that first summer of when Eric Ten Hag was in, which, again, you're looking at some of the money spent Antony, like close to 100 million euro. Good grief. But ignore that. He spoke about just kind of how the recruitment team works at a club like Manchester United. And the way he explained it, which does make sense, is that, it's an all-year project that you kind of hope to peak in the, your summer or summer or winter transfer windows, but it's an all-year thing. You're constantly talking to players, you're constantly talking to agents, you're constantly talking to representatives, you're constantly trying to work out contracts, you're constantly trying to work out transfer fees and agent fees and what have you. So one would hope that just because Carrick is going to have maybe more influence, that doesn't disrupt a lot of the work that's already been done. Because you hear stories about that, don't you? You hear stories about, I spoke about his name earlier on, Tony Cruz. Tony Cruz in another reality could have been a Manchester United player. You hear the story all the time, don't you? Was it David Moyes? David Moyes, Tony Cruz in the summer. We're going to sign him. That's what we're getting. It's already done. It's already done for next season. Don't worry about it. David Moyes gets the sacked. Louis van Gaal comes in. Louis van Gaal says, don't really like that transfer. I'm going in a different direction. We don't end up signing Tony Cruz. And imagine what that could have been. So that's kind of, I guess, the worry that you might have. But the fact that Carrick's been there for 6 months as is, I don't think it's going to be a case of, well, I'm permanent now. So, yeah, I was here in those meetings the whole time. But now, actually, fuck that. All of the, rip up all of the papers of all of these players on. So I don't think that's going to be the case. So I don't think it's that big a deal. But, yeah, I mean, that Tony Cruz story, it's a wild one, isn't it? That is a wild one. What could have been? And no, that summer wasn't Morgan Schneiderlin summer. That was the season after. Who did we sign that summer? Daley Blind. I think we probably signed Daley in Van Gaal's first summer, Daley Blind. So what could have been Tony Cruz ended up, I suppose, becoming Daley Blind, unless we signed another midfielder that summer. Don't think so. I think it was Daley Blind. That was it. Tom Keane. It was the head of football negotiations. Yes, I think that's, you've probably seen the same interview that I have, Rid. So with that, with Carrick having more say over the transfers, I mean, I remember when Ruben first came in, and then there was the talk, wasn't there? Like, Ruben's got nothing to do with transfers. It's just Jason Wilcox and Omar Barada. Then Ruben did a press conference and was like, no, I'm involved in recruitment. I'm definitely involved in recruitment. What are you talking about? And that kind of went against some of the reporting. So it's probably not even that different. What do assurances mean? That you're definitely going to get the player, perhaps. I'm not sure. This is when you get into the whole, what do you mean by assurances? What do you mean in terms of that? Now, in terms of some of those players we could be going for, of course, in the summer, one of them could be playing at Old Trafford today. I would be expected to play at Old Trafford today. Is Elliot Anderson. Michael Carrick was asked about him in his press conference. He said he's done well. I think he's a big part of their team. He offers so much, and they've got a really talented and dangerous team. They've had a good season to get to the Europa League semi-finals, and then just fall short. But you can obviously see he's an important part of their team. Let me know in the chat. I should maybe put like a poll or something, shouldn't I? In there, will Man United sign Anderson this summer? We'll just keep it a quick one. This one, yes. No, there you go. Create, start, and show. There you go. One's in the chat for yes, two for no. Just a quick one. If I was voting today, as to whether we will get him, I still lean towards probably no. Unfortunately, I just feel it's always felt very City-ish, hasn't it? And I think that the thing that could maybe go in our favor, maybe it's the one thing we've maybe just got a bit going for us with this Elliot Anderson deal, is maybe just the fact of we still don't really know what's going on at City next season. And we could maybe use that to our advantage. We heard those things, haven't we, about, Pep and his 1-year contract. And, I was in the press conference before the FA Cup final, and he was kind of joking around about it, wasn't he? Asking about, you going to come back to Wembley next time or blah, blah, blah. And he was, 1-year contract, and ran off. So maybe if Pep doesn't stay, maybe Elliot Anderson changes his mind somewhat, but it's kind of two-pronged, isn't it? You would think that from Elliot Anderson's side might get brought up during the negotiations. If you're negotiating what could be close to a £100 million transfer, probably a bit less, but you never know. If you're negotiating that, you think at one point the conversation would come up of a big attractive part of this deal is to go to play for Pep Guardiola. Am I going to be playing for Pep Guardiola next season? And if they say, well, we don't know, he hasn't made his mind up yet, then maybe Elliot Anderson can say the same thing back. Well, then I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet. Pep's kind of a deal breaker. Maybe it isn't, and we'd heard that Enzo Maresca is going to be going there, but I don't know. Maybe this is going to be very, very famous last words, but Enzo Maresca's Man City versus Pep Guardiola's Man City, it does have a different appeal to it. Not to say that they might not be successful or anything like that, but that is maybe the one thing we can help, use to our advantage there. But at the moment, it does feel a bit sort of City-ish. And watching that game yesterday, by the way, that FA Cup final, what a terrible game. And this is what I mean with performance and style of play and stuff like that. I know that, that is the way for some people anyway to play. The Pep Guardiola, you have all the ball and you make that team sit back and get into a low block. And if we were playing against City, we would do the same thing. We'd be better on the counter. We'd actually try and counter, unlike Chelsea. But I don't know. Games like that. I just look at that and I just go, that just is not for me. You know what I mean? I get it. And it's tiki-taka. It's been the way it is for a long time now. It's been been that way for a while, but I look at those games. I go, boring. But that's also the game plan from Pep, isn't it? Have the ball, possession will suffocate them into submission. The gap will open eventually, and we'll score the goal. And the goal by Antoine Semenyo was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant bit of individual magic, because that's what wins football matches. Like I've said a million times too. I think as United fans, and maybe going back to PTSD, I think a PTSD time of Ollie is the word moments has kind of been thought of, I think, as a bad word in football. They're looking for moments of magic, or you're looking for Bruno to create moments of magic. You're looking for any top players in any team, I think anyway, to create moments of magic, because moments of magic win football matches. We saw it yesterday in that FA Cup final, as I mentioned with Semenyo. That's a moment of individual brilliance, that little bit of a flick, to have that thought process, to have that ability to pull that off, the pressure, the moment, that's the game. That's the game. So I don't see an issue with that. If Man United are waiting for a moment of magic from Bruno or from Mbumo, from Šeško, from Cunha or from Ahmad or from Casemiro, kind of, particularly the attacking players, that's kind of what they're brought in to do, isn't it? You spend the big money on the big players because they can do it. They've got that in their locker. They don't, do the whole, they won't do it every single minute of the game, but football's won and lost in moments. As they say, it only takes a second to score a goal, right? So, and that can be moments of magic from 25, 30 yards, or it can be moments of magic like Semenyo inside the box, just a little bit of creativity, of a little bit of improvisation, and that can win you a trophy, not just a match. So, I kind of push back on the old the Moments FC kind of thing. First super chat says, is Šeško boom going to happen if he scores? Well, the question is if Šeško is going to be available. I mean, it looks like he's very touch and go, very touch and go whether he's going to make it in time. Of course, we know he's got that shin problem, which was then exacerbated when he was shoved off the pitch in a clear foul by Konate. How that referee did not see that was a foul is ridiculous. And one would hope maybe that's something why, that would maybe be something that next season could get looked at. If they're going back, to possibly looking at yellow cards next season for VAR, because I think they can now sort out VAR, yellow cards next season, then maybe that would get looked at. Although just thinking about that, maybe I'm understanding it a bit wrong. So feel free to correct me in the chat if I have got this wrong. But if they can go back with yellow cards next season, Do they mean like if it's given a yellow, you can then look at it? What do they mean by that? Or do they mean they can retroactively go back and give someone a yellow card, like the Konate one? Because whilst that could be a good thing, does that mean will that slow the game down potentially? Are we worried a little bit about that? You know, they think they mean like second yellows. Right. I think so. If you get like a second yellow card, they can say, "Well, actually, no, scrap that second yellow card." Is that it? Perhaps I don't know. But with that, you kind of just that's the other thing with the start of a new season. You get some weird fucking rules, don't you? Start popping in, and that they'll do for maybe a week or two, and will probably enforce on Manchester United somehow, some way, and then they'll and then they'll forget about it as the season goes on. But we'll probably still have players that are serving some kind of 15-match ban for whatever reason. I don't know. So be worried about that coming next season, certainly. Right, team news will be coming out in about 7 minutes time, something like that. So I should go back to this screen actually, before I do that. So before the team news comes out, we find out indeed who is starting for Manchester United today at Old Trafford. In the brand new kit, by the way. New kit is going to be worn today, as you can see the back of it. We did see the back of it just there. So keep an eye out for that. But before we find out who's starting for Manchester United today, we'll listen to Flex, who actually recorded his road trip so early. He was in his house. He wasn't even in the car yet. He will be at Old Trafford, though. Here's what he had to say.
The mobile UV setup. Not in the car. Because it's that early. I'm not going to lie. It's that early. I thought, you know what? It's a Casemiro farewell video. It's a thank you to Casemiro. He deserves the full Flex send-off. The crisp sound. The sharp visuals. Not just cramped up in the car. I get it. I know it's the road trip. But it's an early one. Bear with me. But listen, Manchester United are taking on Nottingham Forest today at Old Trafford. Last home game of the season. Second to last game of the season. But Casemiro's last game at our amazing stadium. At our amazing home, and it's going to be a bit of an emotional day, man. Like for him and his family, and especially a lot of us fans who he's definitely warmed our hearts. What 4 years? What 4 years he's had? Loads of ups and downs, loads of questioning of his ability, loads of questioning of his signing. I've been there as well, but the dedication and commitment that he's shown, which has essentially all turned into love. And belonging that he's shown at our football club has been brilliant. And I know there's going to be some people where, a few miserable people where the standards are so high, the standards police of forgetting of where we're actually at will go, look at us celebrating a guy. What did he win? He's nearly 40. The miserable gremlins of it. You lot stay over there, sir. Yeah. This is a little bit cast loving because he deserves it. He deserves it, man. He's been good. He's been very, very good for us. So important for us over different times. And a player of his stature who can come here at this stage of his career, get this affinity with the fans, play his heart out, have some difficult moments where, we all know what the season that it was, season before last, where he just looked absolutely shot, dead on his feet. And to come back how he has, or was that last season? One or the other anyway, but dead on his feet. And to be leaving and how he's leaving now with a lot of us, not everyone, a lot of us asking for one more year. Do you know what I'm saying? The Stretford End chanting, the stadium chanting, 1 more year. A lot of people on social, 1 more year, Cass. I've even said 2 more years. Give him a 1+1, bro. But no, he says it's important to go on a high, and that we will make sure. You know what I'm saying? One thing about our fan base and the match-going fans, and of course the fans around the world, is that we make our players feel welcome when they deserve it. When they've been very, very good to us, nothing but commitment, and this is what Casemiro embodies. So his last day today, and listen, we want to go out of the season at Old Trafford on a win. Of course, that there's no it doesn't matter. I know there's the on the beach vibes, and there's certain things. There's a lot of things that have been decided in the league, and there's no jeopardy in this game at all. Forest are mathematically safe. We've mathematically secured Champions League from a couple of games ago. So all of that stuff isn't on the line. But, pride is. And obviously, like we said, the day that it is for Casemiro, Michael Carrick potentially will probably get named manager today before kickoff. I don't know if he's got the character or they're trying to make him main character in terms of him announcing it at the end of the game when he addresses the fans, because he's down to address the fans, of course. Players will do their lap of honour, have their kids and their families with them, walking around. And I think that it will be sort of like maybe a bit of a poignant day, hopefully. And I don't know if I'm overdoing this, but it could be. I'd like to think it will be, a chance to look back from where we were last year, doing that lap of honour. Ruben getting on the mic telling us, I told you that the bad times are coming, or whatever. Bad times are here, or we have to suffer. And he said that infamous line of, I can tell you now that the good times are coming, etc. And then look how it ended. To think where we were from finishing basically 15th on that last day last year, beating Aston Villa for no reason after that Europa League final, which I still can't get my head around, to now, where it's not enough to say we're back. It's not enough to say, oh, look at us and we're flying now. But there has been an improvement, and the club is going in a different direction. Now, we have to hope that this is the one. I mean, I'm not going to get it, especially now in a road trip. I'm not getting into the Carrick thing and stuff in terms of the two sides of who thinks he should be the manager, who thinks he shouldn't. But regardless of where you are on that side, this is a moment that you would like to think is the better things to come, a strong summer to come. But from being 15th to 3rd, I think it's important to celebrate that in isolation as improvement. If you're pessimistic and you think, yeah, but one game a week, mate, out of all the cup trophies, it's still been shocking. So I'm not getting gassed at finishing 3rd, or well, hopefully we do get over the line, but I'm not getting gassed at getting Champions League football. Other people, I am going to sit there and maybe go, right, okay, thank God we stabilised. Thank God we're back in the Champions League. Thank God, we bought good players last summer that have helped us achieve our objective for this summer. And now we have to go again. Do you know what I mean? So a little bit of a reflection time to basically not dwell on, not go overboard. We ain't won nothing. You know what I'm saying? That is where the standards people are right. We ain't won nothing, so we can't be getting carried away. But I think the things that are important to remember within the context of this season is obviously the Casemiro situation, because he's going to be leaving. Secondly, bigging up Carrick and his staff for what they've done since they've come in here since January, because I don't care what anyone says. He's done a great job, so we should thank him for that. The players, listen, we always have our love-hate relationships with the players, and we all go through the thing of, I've been there, rip it all up. They're all rubbish. We need a whole new squad, etc., etc. We've all been there. But essentially, they've had a sort of 50-50 this year, haven't they? Where you do blame a lot on the manager, but the players have to take their responsibility as well, and a lot of them do. Most of them do. Do you know what I'm saying? So they've had a half bad year, half good year. So we'll give them their props and praise as well. So it's about that. As for the game, as for the who's starting and this, that, and the other, I just think Michael Carrick will keep it very, very simple. I don't think there'll be anything in there that stands out, unless there's some injuries that we don't know about currently. But we do know, obviously, Šeško is touch and go. So I just think just don't risk him. If he's touch and go and you're not really sure, why are you even going to push? You only want to play players at this stage of the season when there's 2 games left. You only want to play the players that are 100% fit. What you doing? Do you know what I'm saying? There's no need to force players when we've achieved our objectives, and there's no jeopardy online. So I just think he goes with Mbeumo and Bruno as the 2 up front, or Bruno 10, however you want to call it. Cunha on the left, Ahmad on the right, Casemiro back into the squad. He's back. Bruno, next to Kobe. What season he's had, second half of the season. Centre backs, I think he'll continue with Maguire and Martinez. We were obviously very, very poor at Sunderland. Right back, like we said on the preview, obviously it's Dalot or Mazraoui. I think you'll probably go Dalot, last home game of the season. And Luke Shaw, listen, 2 games away, bro. He was going to have started every single Premier League game, which he might even have played himself back into the England squad. Who knows? And I know a lot of people don't like that and get on to Luke Shaw, but he's been very good this year. You know what I mean? By a Luke Shaw standard. Doesn't mean we don't need a new left back. Doesn't mean we don't need to move on and get better. But he's not going to be going anywhere. So he's going to, obviously, someone like Luke Shaw, I can imagine, as seeing his contract out. Plus, he's a good pro who's going to be good around the place. So he's never going to get sold before his contract ends. He'll probably just leave when his contract ends in a year or 2, I think it is. Maybe 1 more year. So, big up him. So, look, go and win the game. Go and win the game. That's all I want to see is a win. And I'm going to predict that. I'm going to go Manchester United 2-0. And I'll see you guys at the ground if you're there. Come find me. Come have your say. Join Owen and DJ on the match view as well for the last game at Old Trafford. For Casemiro, honestly, a lot of people will be saying it in the videos today, regardless of the result. But yeah, big up to him and thank you, Cass. We're out of here. I'll see you.
It's all kicking off. It's all kicking off. It's all kicking off. I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in a second. I'll play the thing again. I'll play
the mobile UV setup. Not in the car. Because it's that early. I'm not going to lie. It's that early. I thought, you know what? It's a Casemiro farewell video. It's a thank you to Casemiro. He deserves the full flex send off. The crisp sound. The sharp visuals. Not just cramped up in the car. I get it. I know it's the road trip. But it's an early one. Bear with me. But listen, Manchester United are taking on Nottingham Forest today at Old Trafford. Last home game of the season. Second to last game of the season. But Casemiro's last game at our amazing stadium. At our amazing home. And it's going to be a bit of an emotional day.
I'm back. Honestly, I tell you now, right? Someone was not behaving. Someone was not behaving. I'm telling you. Oh, I played the video and I went. She was coming up at me, and I thought, I'll let her go out for a toilet. I'll go out for the loo. She wouldn't come back in. just wouldn't come back in. I was chasing around the garden. I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. I was like running around going, get here. Good grief. I've never been so exhausted. Right. Team news surely is out at this point. There's me thinking I was going to get a bit of a break for 5 seconds. No, good gravy, I'm telling you. Right, who's in the team? I didn't even get a chance. Right, here we go. We'll get this up on the screen for you guys. Good Lord. Right, this is the starting Manchester United 11. So we've got in goal, Senna Lommans, we've got Dallo, we've got Maguire, we've got Martinez, and we've got Luke Shaw. We've got, of course, in midfield, the Casemiro farewell is confirmed. He will be starting for Manchester United today in his final match at Old Trafford. Of course, he'll be partnered by Kobbie Mainoo. The front four, we've got, what have we got here? We've got Bruno in the middle. We've got Cunha, I guess, on the left. We've got Ahmad on the right, and then Mbumo through the middle. No Benjamin Šeško in the squad, although he is there at Old Trafford. Before I was chasing Asher around the garden, I was going to play you guys a video that Benjamin Šeško is there. He is at Old Trafford today, but unfortunately he hasn't made it, which makes sense, of course. There's no need to risk him for a match that has literally zero risk whatsoever, is there? So that's the right call. So yes, to confirm, we've got Dallo, we've got Maguire, we've got Martinez. So that means Aiden Heaven doesn't start again, which is disappointing for him, isn't it? It is disappointing. I would have really liked to have seen him have a continued run between now and the end of the season. Is it the end of the world? No. It's a bit disappointing. Like I said, I think he did really well. Leacher, I suppose, in his own right, probably needs minutes. When he's thinking about his summer with the World Cup coming up, he's missed obviously a bunch of games through injuries and suspension this season and recently too. So I can't say I'm totally shocked that he is in, but it's unfortunate for Aiden Heaven. But like I said, it's not the end of the world. I did see a bit of that when we've been having some of these, Michael Carrick discussions this week. You go, talk about Aiden Heaven then, and you go, it's very disappointing he didn't play, but that's not like a deal breaker, is it? Of, wow, I was Carrick in, but then he didn't pick Aiden Heaven, so there's no way he can be the Manchester United head coach. You go, it's not the end of the world. It's just a bit disappointing. As far as the rest, the bench, I can check out the bench as well. Let me check that. So on the bench, we have, Bayern, Deer, Dorgu, Heaven, Malacia, Mazraoui, Yoro, Mount, Ugarte, and Xerxes. And just the same for Casemiro, that hits his last game at Old Trafford today. That could be the case for a couple of players as well, particularly those that are on that bench for Manchester United too. I mean, Manuel Ugarte, probably his last appearance at Old Trafford as a Man United player today. Joshua Zirkzee, probably the same. Probably his last appearance as a Manchester United player at Old Trafford today. I think they're names that were probably will be gone in the summer, most likely. If for those asking, why is he not going with Zirkzee? Why is he not going with Zirkzee up front? Or why is he not going with that? Probably because Xerxes going. He'd probably get on the pitch today. I wouldn't be shocked if he gets on the pitch again, depending how the game goes. But it's because he's not really part of the plans. I think he's on his way out. He's going to be gone fairly soon. And also, I'll be honest with the Xerxes stuff. Yeah, it's a bit weird because again, this is when I sort of say the meltdowns and PTSD and what have you. It's when it's ever convenient, like, Joshua Zirkzee, he's got to be playing. What game did he start? Was it a couple of weeks ago? Was it the last game? And was it the last game? And he looked really, really rusty. And get Zirkzee off. And it's like, I thought this is what you, I thought this was the guy you wanted to be playing. And Zirkzee, we've seen it now. He's been at the club for a couple of seasons. Zirkzee's at his best when he's got regular rhythm going. His best performances for United of when he's been playing 5, 6, 7 games in a row, or we've been starting that amount of games in a row and he gets some rhythm going. It actually works against him. I think Joshua Zirkzee is really not a bench player. I think if he's on the bench, I don't think he's the kind of player that's going to come on and really, change the game really, really fast. He can, but I don't know if that's the kind of player he is. I think he needs to be playing quite regularly. And I do think he's a good player. I just don't think he's right for United. I think he's just massively was misprofiled. I don't really know why that, like I said, that deal was done. We needed a striker and we didn't really sign one. I always feel a bit bad for him when it comes to that. But when it comes to him, he'll be going in the summer, I think, and same with Ugarte as well. Yes, let me get this up on the screen for you guys, the team graphics, so you can see indeed what this Manchester United side is today at Old Trafford for the game, of course, against Nottingham Forest. The kickoff is in just over an hour's time. Just about 10 minutes over an hour's time, so 70 minutes time. Here you go. That is the Manchester United starting 11 at Old Trafford today. So once again, it is Lomans, it is Dalot, Maguire, Martinez and Shaw. We've got Casemiro, Kobe, Ahmad, Bruno, Cunha and Brian Mbumo up front. I'm not really too shocked, about the team. Like I said, I look at that and go, maybe it's unfortunate once again for Aiden Heaven not to be playing. But like I said, I don't think it's the end of the world. I would have liked to have seen him get a bit of a run between now and the end of the season. But I don't think it's I don't think we have to go too hard in the it's just Aiden Heavens. He's gonna be held down by Michael Carrick and he's being, all that kind of stuff. I think that I think it's just a case of, like I said, Leach just hasn't played that much, and maybe it's just a case of Leach getting him some minutes, obviously with the injury, then with the suspension, and he's going to be playing over the summer. Maybe he just wants to get up to speed, and then Aiden Heaven, his time will come. His time will come. It's the end of the season for a lot of things, like I touched on last week with the Sunderland game. Obviously, I think you can certainly do the analysis on the game, and we will, and about players and performances, but at the same time, I don't think it's these kind of matches where we have to really delve too deep into who doesn't and does start, what certain players are doing at certain time and what have you, because we are at that point of the season when you're just kind of getting through the fixtures, aren't you? And Leach, I think it's just a thing of Leach just to get him some minutes, because he's just had a sheer lack of them this season for several reasons. So I think that's probably the reason why. If it was me, I'd have picked Aiden Heaven to carry on, because I think continuity is a good thing. I am a believer in that. For youth players, younger players, I do think it's just a chance to. It is sometimes just a bit of luck about whether you make it. There are really good footballers out there that don't make it just because they don't really get an opportunity, right time, right place. Someone doesn't get hurt, someone doesn't drop out, someone doesn't get sold, and they don't get that one opportunity. But I think Aiden Heaven, like I said, I think he'll be fine. I don't think we have to get too dramatic and worried that he hasn't played the last 2 games of this season. I don't think that's. I'm not worried about that. yet. We've got far bigger things to worry about. We've got far bigger things to worry about than when it comes to whether or not Michael Carrick does or doesn't rate Aidan Heaven. We've got, even particularly if we don't sign a centre back next in the summer, and whether we do or don't, I really don't know. We've got so many positions to recruit for. Previously, I would have said no. Now that De Ligt's had surgery, I guess it does open up the possibility. But even the reports have been sort of suggesting that we probably won't sign a centre back in the summer. And if that is the case, then he'll get minutes next season. He'll be fine. He'll be totally fine. We got 4 competitions: Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup. And if we have 4 centre backs, which we do at the moment, he'll get his time. It's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with, going, it's a bit shit, and I'll be watching that one closely for next season. But at the same time, we've had it so bad at so different points this season that we really, we don't need to start, trying to find stuff with problems in the starting lineup. You know what I mean? I'd look at that lineup and go, maybe the one change you'd like I said, maybe Heaven. But aside from that, that was kind of my point last week with that Sunderland game. For all the shit that Carrick and his coaching staff got about the performance, when he did ask the question, well, then who should play in midfield? Because Casemiro wasn't available, Ugarte wasn't available. And we see it again with that bench today. That bench is rough, isn't it? That bench is rough. When you look at some of the game changers you can bring on, obviously we know Patrick Dorgu, we know his quality, and he's still working his way back from his, injury. I'm surprised that hasn't been a thing just yet, actually, as well. He's not even starting Dorgu. Dorgu's been back for a few weeks. In terms of changing the game, you go like, in terms of like who could bring on and actually like go affect the game today, you go Dorgu. That's about it, really. I look at those names on that bench. Mason Mount will come on and do his thing, but if it was me, I'd sell him. And with Xerxes, like I touched on, I don't think he's a great player to bring on from the bench, just because I think he needs to get a feel for the game. I think he needs to kind of build up, and I think he's one of those players that needs to start regularly. So that's why we've got such an important summer, because we're going into those games next season, the Champions League games, hopefully going further in the cup competitions. We need more options. We need more options, and we need better strength in depth as well. So to kind of go back to the Aidan Heaven situation, what's his situation? Not even a situation, but to go back to that Aidan Heaven conversation, to be honest, with Leach's fitness record, Aidan Heaven, it's a matter of time before he starts playing again next season. So he's a young guy. I don't think he has too much to worry about, anything like that. He's impressed when he's come in. He'll get his moment. Like it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think it's, again, too much to dwell on too intensely. And it really doesn't need to turn into like a whole, does he not like Aidan Heaven? Why is he not picking Aidan? What's going on there? What's going on there? Because all it needs is for Aidan Heaven he hasn't had this, by the way, but all it takes is for Aidan Heaven to have a difficult game, and then that'll get turned into, why would you play Aidan Heaven? Play your best players. Look at Carrick. He doesn't care about the results. You know what I mean? He doesn't care about the results. What's going on here? I thought it was about winning games. What are we talking about? Because when you've got effectively nothing to play for, there is the temptation just to go, right, some people haven't got minutes this season, let's just do a full rotation. But as has been shown and displayed, even if Michael Carrick did 10 changes there, 11 changes today, but he lost the game, he'd get crucified for it. He got crucified for drawing 0-0 against Sunderland last weekend and playing a midfield that literally picked its out because we didn't have any other midfielders. And that was like, play Mason Mount next to Cobby. Like, we doing? You go, well, who else should you go there? Like, who else is going to go in there at the moment? So that's when it goes back to, it's still, even at this stage of the season, in my opinion, it still is about winning. Now, if we didn't get a result today, it really wouldn't be the end of the world for me. But for others, again, it would be another stick to be like, this is why. Particularly on a day where Michael Carrick could get announced as the Manchester United head coach. Could you imagine if you thought the pushback to the idea of Carrick maybe getting the job was loud? Imagine on the day that it gets announced he loses. Oh my God, this is what you're going to have next season. We'll be here for it. Even though we're United fans, we'll be here for it. So good grief. You've got to, you always got to win at Manchester United. Always. Jan says Leacher has 1 year left. What's the thought behind playing him over Heaven? Probably, like I said, just because he hasn't played that much. I would probably think that's part of the case, is that they haven't played that much, and he wants to get him back in the team, wants to get him back fresh. And he's got, like I said, a World Cup ahead of him. So maybe he wants some minutes. Maybe it's as simple as that. But I don't, like I said, I really don't think it's that deep. I really don't. I think, like I said, I think Aiden Heaven's just fine. And, there also might even be a thing for next season. If Aiden Heaven has a great pre-season, maybe we're not even talking about this in a few months' time, right? We might not even be talking about it. It might even be a thing. So, yeah, I don't think it's anything too major. In terms of who else we're looking for, performances from today, and Mbeumo and Ahmad, they've been having not the best time of it. Their performances recently, there's been a discussion about which one of them do you have on the bench, honestly, right? Which one of them do you have on the bench? Because they've been, really below par when it comes to some of their performances. Ahmad's had a bit of a strange season, when you think about it. Obviously, with the when you think, obviously, the season he had last season, it was really, really positive. But the expectation on him was probably too high, wasn't it? Stop Ahmad, stop United, which shouldn't be the case. But this season, he's been off it. You know what I mean? He's been really, really off it. And Mbeumo had a good start to the season. Since AFCON, he's dropped off a bit. I do think he's looked a bit better recently. And I don't think with Mbeumo you can question endeavour there. I think, as I touched on, because the fan base is odd with this, and we say we back players, but actually we kind of don't, because when they do have difficult moments, we say they should go. Mbeumo, when he got substituted a couple of weeks ago, was it? Like, he's got a bad attitude when he's coming off. Brian Mbeumo is the furthest thing from having a bad attitude. He's just like every attacking player, maybe aside from Bruno Fernandes, just going through a bit of a difficult time this at the moment, right? When it comes to form, Šeško had it earlier this season when he was called a flop, and he was called, not a team player or weak because he came off against Tottenham. Well, look at Man United. They spent the money on him. Worst signing of the summer, according to the agents, right? And he managed to turn it around and overcome those bad moments. Mateus Cunha, start of the season, was a bit like, indifferent. Oh, do we need to talk about Cunha a little bit? Recently, he's been scoring big goals. And Mbeumo, I think, is just going through that difficult patch at the moment, but he'll come through it. You know what I mean? He'll come through it. He'll adapt, in the same way that I'm sure that certain aspects of Amorim's layup or layout probably worked better for them than maybe in Carrick's way. I mean, I suppose with Mbeumo, the issue that I do think he does have, and this I think goes back to the recruitment and why we might be looking at a striker in the summer, is because he doesn't really get settled in one position, does he? He's moved around quite a bit. Some weeks he's going to be the right winger, then he's going to be the striker, then in the game, start as the false nine, then he'll go as a right winger. And I suppose maybe what you could say of him is he does get kind of, his role changes quite a lot. And maybe we'll see a bit more of a consistent Mbeumo next season if we do say get another striker and it's just right. Mbeumo, when you're playing, you're going to be playing more on the right than anything, not this false nine. And then I've said this multiple times this season too. I feel bad for whoever plays through the middle in that number 9 position for Manchester United, because dependent on the day, and also I do just kind of wonder if this is just maybe a bit more of the modern striker, perhaps. Maybe this is just football evolving once again. Because, like a few years ago, the striker role changed, didn't it? And a lot of strikers wanted to be, you needed to be like a Firmino. You weren't really a striker. You were hounding people down, and it wasn't so much about scoring goals because your wide players did it. And then now you've got someone like an Erling Haaland who won't touch the ball for basically potentially the entire game. But when he does, he'll probably score. I kind of feel a bit bad for today. It's Mbumo. Previously, it's been Šeško, where sometimes it's a bit like that at United this season, whereby unless they score, they might not actually be touching the ball that much. And then naturally the table comes up in the bottom left-hand part of the screen on Sky saying fewest touches in the first half. And it's usually whoever's playing up front for United, Šeško or Mbumo. And that's kind of maybe like a suggestion that they're not playing well. But that's not really the case. It's just, if anything, I just see that as a suggestion that just not a lot's been created for them. If Erling Haaland has touched the ball 0 times in the first 25 minutes, does that make him shit? No, just means he hasn't touched the ball yet. But all it takes is one touch to score a goal. So I think that's also part of a problem for Mbumo when he does play through the middle, is that can be a bit of a thankless task for United this season. We've seen Mbumo, we've seen Šeško and others get frustrated. And we saw Šeško have some of his best moments coming on as a substitute, because by that point, the game was a bit more stretched and we were creating a bit more for them. So yeah, with Mbumo, I think, again, I'm not too worried about him. He's a top pro. He's played in the Prem. Yeah, there's a lot of expectation on him from last season and this season, because he scored some really important goals and some big goals. But I think he'll get better. I think that's also the positive with those signings that we have made last summer. We're still not used to this, are we? With signings that actually kind of work out. You look at those names like Lomans and Cunha and Mbumo, and Šeško's obviously not in the squad today. But I look at them now and go, obviously they've worked out well for us this season. They've all turned out to be good signings. They're all in the first team and they're all doing their thing. But I think actually is what is exciting about all of them is there's still a lot of room to go. They'll get better, I think. Obviously, Lomans is a young guy. He'll get better. Šeško, I think we've barely scratched the surface with him. I really do. And he's actually, when you do consider the hurdles he's had to overcome this season, with injuries, with not a full preseason, with a lot of doubt, a lot of people doubting him, and a lot of shit media pile on with him at certain points, they'll get better. I think, again, they'll get better. So I think Šeško, barely scratched the surface with him. He'll get better. Lomans, the best thing for a goalkeeper is time. The longer you're in that position, the longer you're in that team, you get more comfortable. The pressure, you don't feel it as much. You're always going to feel it at Old Trafford, and being the Manchester United goalkeeper, it is what it is. But the longer you're there, the more you'll get comfortable with it. You'll know your teammates more. You'll be much more comfortable in your box. So he'll get a lot better, and I think his kicking will improve too. And again, same goes for Cunha, and same goes for Mbumo. I think they're players that have played in the Premier League for a bit. Even they would have had to adjust it this season just to the size of playing for a club like Manchester United. But again, I think they'll be fine. They've proven at points this season that they can do it. So and they're great players to have. My goodness me, if you can get to a point where you Matheus Cunha and Brian Mbumo or Ahmad, if they're, I won't say regularly on the bench or anything like that, but if they're at a point where they can easily come in and out of the team because we've got so many great attacking options, I think that's where we really want to be. We want to be at a point where we've got, 2 or 3 attacking players that could say replace today Ahmad and Mbumo and Cunha on the bench, that they're fighting with all the time. Their place in the starting lineup isn't guaranteed. That's where I think the next step is for us, because where we are lacking now, which makes sense, we had to trim the squad down for a season where we are playing once a week, but now we're back into those multiple competitions. We need more options, and we need better options as well. It's not even just a volume thing. There is also a quality element of it too. So, but in terms of concerns about them, I really don't have that too many. I mean, if I were to say like my priority concern about, I hope he shakes this off, it would maybe be Ahmad, just because it's been over a longer period than maybe the other players. He just hasn't really just got going yet this season. But again, he's a young guy, relatively young. Maybe he's not as young as people think. But he's also got to kick on, because, as I said, he's not maybe as young as people think, and he has just signed a new contract last season. So now's the next step, and once again, hopefully, we bring more players in to push those players. That if they're not playing well, then they won't get in the team, and we're not going well. Even though they're not playing great, they're still the best we've got. So we've got to put them in kind of thing. So, yeah, again, I think it'll be all right. They'll be all right. We've actually got some pretty good attacking options, which feels quite strange to say considering where we were at a year ago. So hopefully this time next season, we're saying the same thing about the midfield. Last summer it was all about strengthening the attack, wasn't it? Brought those players in. Hopefully we're saying the same thing 12 months on. That's a long time. But hopefully we're saying, I've got to tell you what, we got that summer transfer window right. And also, I think what this season has also proven, which is something maybe we don't consider that often, is, like, okay, let's say it doesn't work out with Michael Carrick. That doesn't mean that this summer transfer window has to be a waste. We had a really good summer transfer window and we still lost. Our manager still left in January. That can still happen. And this is something I think that United hopefully have learned from the Ten Hag situation of there's a fine line, isn't there, between buying players specifically for the coach and then buying players for the club, buying players that irrespective of the coach, that's a good signing. That helps improve the team. And that's what we did last summer, didn't we? We improved the team irrespective of who our coach is. And that's really what you want to be doing in a transfer window. The hope would be at the time is that they work out for the current coach, but if they don't, they'll work out for the next one because they're good players. And now it's on that coach to get the best out of them. So I think that with Carrick, if it doesn't, let's say the new manager bounce does wear off and those can go around and say, I was right. Hopefully we're not having to go, but those players, we only bought them for fucking Michael Carrick and they're not going to fit into the team now. What are we going to do? So, irrespective of who the coach is or whatever, it's get some players in and improve that squad. But in terms of today against Forest, not going to be an easy one. Can't have the overconfidence that we've had in some of the games. Remember when we played Leeds at Old Trafford? That was definitely going to win that one. Didn't happen. And you never know, but particularly at this stage of the season, you never know with these kind of dead rubber games. Sometimes teams decide not to show up or not to put a performance in. At Manchester United, hopefully today that will not be tolerated because we still need to get the win, even though it doesn't change our position in the table. But momentum is important, and just as has been proven many a time this season. At Man United, there is kind of no such thing as a dead rubber, is there? Which is kind of weird, but it's just is what it is, For a lot of other clubs, if you were third in the table and your final 2 games of the season, you wouldn't get a lot of scrutiny on the result. But they're not Manchester United, because at Manchester United, you're expected to win almost every week. And if you don't, you'll get criticised for it. So today, all about that, all about the result, as it always is. If you haven't already clicked the like button, we are just over 200 likes. So if you haven't already clicked that like button, let's see if we can get it to 500. We've got 730 people watching, which is great, since we're the early kickoff on a Sunday. 12:30 on a Sunday, by the way, is so gross, isn't it? I mean, I suppose depending on where you are in the world, it actually might be quite palatable for you. It's actually, someone let me know in the chat, is where you are at the moment. Like, where in the world would 12:30 actually work out quite well for you? Because I'm sure there must be a bunch of countries where it's not ideal. I mean, certainly in America, like if you're on like the West Coast or whatever at the moment, good grief, or the East Coast or something. Well, what's the time over there actually? New York, 6:45. It's still early, and Los Angeles 4:45. Good grief. Sydney, that's 8:45 at night. That's not the end of the world, is it? If you were saying like Saudi Arabia, that would be 1:45. That's not the end of the world. Yeah. So maybe it's not too bad. Maybe it's not too bad for some people. Maybe it's not too bad. 7 a.m. in Brooklyn, probably okay. India's what's that? India's 4. Is it 4.5 hours ahead? I think something like that. I mean, to be honest, if it was like a 45, if it was a 7:30 kickoff in the UK, that wouldn't actually be the worst thing in the world for me, because especially in the summer with little miss wherever she is running around all over the place, I usually wake up at like 6 now, or like 6:30, so it's not the end of the world, but it does mean you go to bed early, which I kind of struggle with a little bit. And I was thinking about that into the summer actually. So these same people that are saying this in the chat, so I can see like Ishmael saying Montana's 5:30, Steffi is saying it's actually a 7:30 p.m. for her, 1:30 p.m. Botswana, 7:30 a.m. on the east coast of the States, Kenya 2:30 p.m. That's pretty good. 5 p.m. in India. That's not too bad actually. Nice tea time viewing. With the summer for the World Cup, how is everybody time zones with that as well? Because I was looking at some of those games yesterday. I was looking at some of the kickoffs for those games, and some of those are quite brutal, actually. I didn't really realize, and I really should have. It was very stupid of me that obviously last summer's Club World Cup was basically a dry run for when those games are going to kick off. And the Club World Cup last summer, there was a lot of late games, wasn't there? There was quite a few late games. And like a lot of the earliest games are like 8 p.m. or something. There's a couple I did see that were like 5 p.m. kickoff, because at some points in the tournament, there's some days where there's like 5 or 6 games in one day. Like there's so many games. So yeah, like I don't know what that's gonna look like. What's it saying here? 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12 p.m. Singapore. That's not the end of the world, is it? I mean, I'm looking at like Rid's saying here, like Brazil, Morocco's 1 a.m. Some are like 3 a.m. or like really proper. Like, let's have a look again, because I was checking this out yesterday. I gotta get the wall chart. I gotta get the wall chart. Everyone's got to get a wall chart. Do people still get wall charts? I still do, because I'm obviously about 12 years old. So what time kickoff? So yeah, like South Korea, Czechia. You got to be dedicated. If you're in the UK, I mean, unless you're from obviously South Korea or Czechia, 3 a.m. to watch that. What other late ones? USA, Paraguay, 2 a.m. Haiti versus Scotland at 2 a.m. Man, poor Scottish guys. They got to be up at 2 a.m. to watch themselves play Haiti, and they'll probably win that. You know what I mean? Scotland to win a game at a World Cup, they're gonna have to be up at 2 a.m. for it. That is nasty work, isn't it? Well, it's 3 a.m. What other ones are like just crazy? Argentina, Algeria is 2 a.m. But then I'm just thinking where some of those countries are, that might not be the worst thing in the world. That Scotland one is nasty work, actually. I feel quite bad for the Scottish there. I feel bad for them on that one. 2 a.m. You know, and like I said, for a game they might actually win, which they'll go crazy for, obviously. Uzbekistan versus Colombia, 3 a.m. Scotland, Morocco's 11 p.m. That's a bit better for them, but it's not great, is it? Turkey versus Paraguay at 4 a.m. in the morning. I tell you what, on the 21st of June, I know what I'm doing. I'm waking up at 5 o'clock and watching Tunisia versus Japan. Oh, there's going to be some crazy person out there that's going to try and watch every single game, aren't they? Which, is that even possible with all the games that are going on? You've got to have a lot of screens going. It's going to be a summer of football, isn't it? My goodness, that is going to be one interesting watch. Well, that's for future plans. We'll be covering a lot on the Football Flex. I don't know if I'll be doing. Usually, I do like live streams. Or previous World Cups, I've done live streams on United View. We won't do that this time around. If we do live streams, it'll be on Football Flex. But I know you don't even know if we'll do live streams. We'll just keep this to United stuff and that's all the other stuff going on in the summer. But if you are just joining us and you're wondering what I'm rambling on about, I was talking about the World Cup, but I should be talking about the Manchester United starting 11, which is on the screen right there. It is Lomans in goal. It is Dalot, Maguire, Martinez, and Shaw. You've got Casemiro, Cobby in midfield. Casemiro's final game. Yes, Casemiro's final game at Old Trafford. It's going to be an emotional one today, isn't it? There are going to be tears. We're going to try and, not be too emotional. And I really do hope, like I said, the result and the performance, but certainly the result matches the occasion today, because it would just be shit, wouldn't it? It would just be shit to have all of that kind of post-match stuff, the farewell for Casemiro and, all of it off the back of a loss. It would just feel a bit crap. So, but I was reading earlier on, actually, I'll give you the stat specifically, that our final game of the season at Old Trafford, our record is actually very, very good. I think we've only lost like once in the Premier League or twice, I think, because there's West Ham, definitely last day because they stayed up. Remember that, Carlos Tevez, Cardiff. And that might be it. There's not many at Old Trafford. Last games at Old Trafford of the season. I'm not talking final days. I'm talking last day at Old Trafford. Where is it here? Here we go. Manchester United have only lost their final home league game once in the last 18 seasons. That's how they got around it. In the last 18 seasons, going down 2-0 against Cardiff City in 2018-2019. Now, if you recall, that was Ollie was in charge then, wasn't he? Ollie was in charge. And by that point, he had become permanent head coach, correct? And the final home game ended with him losing against his former side in Cardiff. So once again, hopefully today, Michael Carrick can avoid the Ollie comparison because he's a different man and say, look, Ollie didn't qualify for the Champions League when he was the interim. I did. Ollie lost his final home game of the season after he was made the permanent manager. And I didn't do that, right? I didn't do that. I won on the last day and we had a good send-off and we're feeling optimistic. Because I don't know about you, but that's what the feeling I want to come out today with. I think, hopefully, I'll come out today with it anyway. But I want to come out today, just, again, feeling that bit of momentum, feeling some optimism. I really do think there are reasons to be optimistic going into the summer and into next season. There are also a lot of reasons to be terrified. It's Manchester United. We are, one game away, one decision away, one transfer away from a complete and total disaster. It's par for the course, isn't it? But I think with what we have been able to achieve in the, what we have been able to achieve this season by finishing third, and with a past summer transfer window that was positive. Now's back into the Champions League. Now's the chance to hopefully build on that. And I really hope we do. Just because I don't know about you, I just can't be doing with another season of, negativity and constant second guessing and constant debate. I mean, it's going to happen regardless. But there was a real feel good feeling in the game against Liverpool, wasn't there? When we beat them and we were like, right, we've definitely got Champions League, and done the double over Liverpool, and Cobby scored the late winner. There was this real all right, yeah, good. That's better. Because again, I think it's really important to remember where we came from last season. Rid sent this to me when the road trip was playing. I was chasing Asher around the front garden. The best thing as well with that, when the video is playing, I swear to you, this is when you know with me, you what you see is what you get, yeah? The video played and Asher came up to me and started jumping up, and I thought, well, I'll let her out. And usually I let her out in the back garden, right? Because my front garden faces all my neighbors. So I never usually let her out in the front garden. But I went down the stairs and the front door was closer. And I thought, well, I'll let her out into the front garden, then I can get back to work quicker. That did not happen. She did go to the loo, but then just decided to have a case of the zoomies around the garden, and I was running around in flip-flops trying to chase her. That might be more entertaining than the game today. I'm not going to lie, and that should have been. It probably is actually on my Ring camera. It probably is. Yeah. So hopefully the game is less chaotic than that was, because that was very chaotic. But to go back to what I was saying, Rid sent this whilst the video was playing. It does go to show where we came from. This is a post from back in August. It's both posts from back in August, and a bit similar to how I did the other day, going back to that Flex video in January, and you look at the comments, or you look at what people were saying at that time, because it is really important to maintain perspective, I think, because we get so engrossed and we're so in the football bubble, and we get so tribal with our opinions and our back and forth, that we do kind of forget what was being said just a few months ago. And this was the Opta supercomputer at the start of the season for where they thought we were going to finish. Look at this. This was in August. The Opta supercomputer is back and has predicted the 25-26 Premier League table. Do you agree? Now, they had Liverpool winning the thing, which I will actually cut them a bit of slack on that one, because at the time, context is important. That wasn't wild to say that Liverpool were going to win the league again, was it? With the summer that they had, a lot of people thought, they're going to just blitz everyone. That did not happen. But look where we are. Look where we were. 12th. That's where they thought we were going to land. 12th in the Premier League. 12th. And that was with the stats. That was with the statistics. That was the supercomputer. That was based on all of the metrics and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. How wrong were they? And again, it just goes to show with There's nothing wrong with statistics, but as I always say, they can be manipulated any which way you want, and they can, they could, but they also don't have a lot of context. They are empirical, aren't they? They are just cold, hard numbers, and they kind of remove context from it, and you then have to kind of add the context around it to say, okay, it says this, then you have to explain what that number means, why they've got to that point, right? So, yeah. And the best thing is they weren't wrong about Spurs, were they? They're pretty close with those. they weren't close. They were pretty close with West Ham. They overestimated Wolves, certainly. I mean, they massively got Sunderland wrong, but, it's always the way they go, well, newly promoted sides, they're going to get relegated, because it usually happens that way, doesn't it? That's usually what happens, but it's not always. Who else were they pretty close with? Arsenal and City, obviously. Chelsea, miles off. Newcastle, miles off. Villa, they were pretty close. Interestingly, Brighton and Bournemouth, they could actually be quite close, depending on how things go in the last couple of games. But with us, again, it must be worth pointing out, like this. I remember going into the season being like, if we just have some form of European competition, I'll take that. We can build on it. Yeah, so it's I think it's really important to remember again where we've come from, where we're going, and hopefully to build on that. Now, this is the amazing thing with these predicted tables. The predicted table for next season might have Man United in the top 4, and we could end up finishing 10th. So yeah, but it's interesting to look at those things and realize how wrong they were. And maybe it's also another example, another reminder that we do kind of need this a few times, don't we? To not listen to the media, not listen to the noise, because good grief, how many times this season have the media tried to suggest that Manchester United have done terribly, are doing terribly, have bought terribly, things are actually really, really bad, or things are a lot worse than they actually are, because at multiple points this season, we go back to some of the articles, the Šeško one was unbelievable. All of the agents from the Athletic, I was really surprised the Athletic even published that, because I thought that is so clearly agenda driven, that one. So I was quite disappointed by that one. Even with Cass now, I posted this on Twitter the other day. I'll see if I can actually find it here for you guys, about Jamie Carragher and his apology, or his U-turn on Casemiro, because he hasn't done that. He's a liar. Like, he is, he's full of shit, Jamie Carragher. You know what I mean? Because he's basically, if for those that haven't seen this, it kind of goes back to Jamie Carragher and Rio Ferdinand's beef. And Jamie Carragher's, Jamie Carragher's got a problem that he, for some reason, I don't think understands like banter. I don't think he understands back and forth, and I don't think he understands like how you go back at people or how you respond to people without just going way over the line or completely contradicting yourself. So for those that didn't see this, basically, and Jamie Carragher posted this article. Here you go. For the Telegraph, where he kind of tries to go back on, the whole leave the football before the football leaves you. And he went, column on Casemiro, leave the punditry before the punditry leaves you. Right? So he's trying to double back on, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe that was a bit, blah, blah, blah. So Rio Ferdinand does a bit of a call out. More U-turns and Starmer, political. Which even that from Rio, it's kind of weak, because what else has Jamie Carragher done a U-turn on? I'm not sure, but it's funny, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's a bit of banter. And Jamie Carragher comes back and goes, not a full U-turn, but credit where it's due. First saying, actually, I'm not even going back on what I said. But credit where it's due for Casemiro for looking after himself properly while playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world on $350K a week. I'll await your full U-turn on support for Infantino and his World Cup ticket prices. And you go, right, so this was my point. You've just basically then just from that response go, that whole article I wrote on Casemiro where I've gone, leave the punditry before the punditry leaves you. Oh, I got that one wrong. Oh, what am I like? And saying now the football hasn't left him, blah, blah, blah. In his response, he basically just goes, I'm talking shit. I'm just lying. I'm lying. Because immediately he just did the the Graham Souness, Paul Pogba argument, which is, well, you should be doing that. If you're on that amount of money, that's what you should be doing. Fuck off with that, man. You know what I mean? Honestly, why aren't Florian Wirtz and I don't know, and Alexander Isak and those big players that were signed for big money on big wages, why aren't they doing it this season? If that's what they should be doing, you know, why not? Why not? Paul Pogba got 4 assists against Leeds, and Graham Souness couldn't even bear to give him any credit. Just when that's what they should be doing, £100 million. Well, by that metrics, Florian Wirtz should be getting more than 4 assists every single game with the money that was spent on him. Alexander Isak, granted, he's been unlucky with injury, but you know, you got to talk about that. So I just looked at that and thought, wait a minute. So that whole thing, the way you're trying to say now that you're giving him credit, you're not giving him credit. So just, if you're going to stand your ground, stand your ground. If you're going to be wrong and strong, be wrong and strong. Don't pretend like you've changed your mind when you clearly haven't. You clearly haven't. And just like we saw his behavior after when we beat them at 3-2, he can't handle it. Just as he couldn't handle it when he was getting shit on the way back from that Man United game. People forget that as well. That whole spitting incident with Jamie Carragher, that happened on the way back from a Man United game where people were taking the piss out of him. So he decided to spit at a little girl. And when you really do think about that, by the way, how he was able to come back from that is actually kind of remarkable. I was, again, when I was reading this the other day and looking at it, I thought he, like, after a Man United game, it was when we beat him 2-1, I think, wasn't it? When Rashford spins Trent and whips it in the bottom corner. After getting some stick, he starts spitting at people because he can't, like I said, because he can't take it. He can't take it. He loves to give it out. He loves to do the banter. But then he can't do it if it comes to Liverpool. And I tell you what, he better get fucking used to it, because have you seen Liverpool? They're a mess. They've morphed into Man United overnight. It's incredible. I felt almost euphoric reading that Mo Salah statement yesterday. Someone posted it on Twitter, and it's true. So this is what it feels like. This is what it feels like to see someone else do a Jadon Sancho, you know. You know, because when Jadon Sancho did his whole notepad thing for Ten Hag, we sort of went, fuck, you know, oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, it was, Jamie Carragher is just mad. He's mad. Like, I don't know. I really don't know. It's crazy. Do people not know that, by the way, the Jamie Carragher thing? Yeah, he spat at her like a little girl or a teenage girl. Well, I don't know her age, but as the story goes, the one I was reading last night, or the account of it, I think, you would probably expect, he is a Liverpool legend. On the way back from Old Trafford, when Manchester United beat Liverpool 2-1, people were giving him a bit of shit, you know. And the way the story goes from that guy, and from Carragher himself, by the way, was that lots of people were giving him stick that day, including when he was in the car and I think he was at a service station or something. And then the guy that was giving him stick was on his phone in the car. And I don't even think it was that bad. From what I understand, it was unlucky. If you watch the video, it was like unlucky pal or something like that, 2-1. And he hocks a loogie. And it goes into the direction of a young girl who's traveling in the car with her parents at the time. He got away with it. So, well, he didn't get away with it. He got suspended and had to do a big apology tour. But it kind of all goes back on, in my opinion, the same thing with him, which is he can't take it. Even that stemmed from a football match of people taking the piss. And we can talk all day about how, it's not right, and they were giving him a stick, and it's on the road and he's driving. But unfortunately, you know, he's a professional. He's an ex-footballer. He's someone in the media. If you're Jamie Carragher driving back from Manchester after Man United beat Liverpool 2-1, it's just going to be what it is, isn't it? You know, I think if you've ever gone to a match, by the way, as well, most people, I know that I've experienced this. It's even before doing this. You've all had it when you're driving to or from Old Trafford, and then next to you, or you get stopped at a car traffic light or a traffic jam, and you see someone in the car next to you that's of the team that you were playing today, and you give them a bit of shit in the window, don't you? You do the whole like, oh, you know, 2-0 or all that, and they just wind up the window. Or if you've got like a big flag, you get your flag out the window and you wave it, or you got your shirt on, you point to your badge and all that. I can't say I've ever been spat at whilst that's happened. Then again, I'm not a little girl, so maybe that's why. But good grief. So yeah, talk about someone that can't take it. He needs to, I think, have a bit of a look at himself. Where are we at in terms of the Supers? Caught up with that. Kickoff, by the way, is in just under 24 minutes time at Old Trafford. Hopefully today, when it comes to Bruno Fernandes, he could equal or break the record for the assist. Just seeing it on the screen at the moment. Right now, we can see Bruno Fernandes. He's there. He's warming up, and they're talking about, you know, the assist record. They're talking about the most assists in a Premier League season, and I tell you what, I mean, just out of curiosity, folks, I should get a poll on the screen, shouldn't I? Here you go. Stop this one. Start a new one. And answer this honestly, by the way. Answer this one honestly. Not like we all back Bruno. Yes, he's going to break it. With 2 games left, will Bruno... Now, I've got to phrase this properly. Will Bruno... what will Bruno do? Here you go. What will Bruno do? Question mark. He will break the assist record. He will equal the assist record. And I don't mean this today. I just mean just in this season with the 2 games left. He will equal the assist record, or he will do neither. Right, so let's put this up on the screen. There you go. Poll up on the screen. I'll move it out of the way. There you go. So in the chat, what will Bruno do? 1, break the assist record. 2, equal the assist record. 3, he will do neither. And that is through the next 2 games. That's not just today. I won't lie. I'm not maybe as confident as I was a couple of games ago. A couple of games ago, when it was like 4 games left, I thought there's no way Bruno doesn't break this record, let alone equal it. Is it a little bit twitchy with 2 games to go? A little bit. a little bit. It's a little bit twitchy. I'm not going to lie. But this is the weird thing with Bruno, isn't it? Is today he could go get 2 assists and we wouldn't be shocked in the slightest, would we? We'd be like, Bruno, of course. Why did we doubt him? Bruno Fernandes, what we're talking about. But then you watched that game last weekend against Sunderland, and it was really devoid of any sort of attacking threat all that much. You go, oh, a couple more games like that, it is the end of the season, I suppose. And yeah, against Liverpool, he was unlucky as well, wasn't he? That one that didn't count as an assist, because the goalkeeper touched it first. But it wasn't in that Liverpool game. It wasn't as if he didn't create chances. My goodness me, he created chances, didn't he, in that game? Just before that goal, actually, he put a brilliant ball in the box. So maybe the difference is the fact that Cass is playing today. And I'm not even bullshitting about that. Bruno, you're on corners and free kicks. Cass is in the box. That's good for a goal. At least that's good for at least one. That can be a goal and an assist, right? Surely. So, yeah, I mean, either way, if he equals the record, it's a phenomenal achievement as is. But it's so there for him to break it, isn't it? It's so there for him to break it, to the extent that because the game doesn't actually matter, the result rather doesn't matter that much. People joke about the whole Perez Henry penalty thing. I genuinely do it. If I was Bruno, I'd be like, fuck it, try it. Why not? Why not? You've got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose there, right? Man United are going to be 3rd. We're going to be in the Prem anyway. If you've got any opportunity to get Bruno Fernandes over that line, you get him over that line. You put him into the record book, right? Bruno will do his part throughout the whole match, but you do it now for Bruno. Do it for this guy this week. He's won all of the awards, hasn't he? He won Matt Busby Player of the Year, won Players Player of the Year. He's won the Football Writers Awards, Player of the Year. I think he wins the PFA. I think he wins the PFA Player of the Year. 1, because I think he deserves it. And 2, listening to a lot of players do interviews this week, it just feels like a lot of people have probably voted for Bruno. There was that clip of Cole Palmer, wasn't there? the Chelsea players, both at the same time. I think Tosin was the other one saying Bruno. And Bernardo Silva said he voted for Bruno, which isn't too much of a surprise considering the Portuguese connection there. But I think he'll probably get that. I think he'll probably get that award. And to then top it off with breaking that record, which is such a remarkable achievement, particularly when you think about how he got his first assist in October against Liverpool. So even that first sort of 6 weeks of the season, he wasn't getting assists, and it's also kind of half forgotten that for half the season he wasn't even playing in the position that he's playing today. He was playing in the 8, right? He was playing the 8, wasn't even playing closer to goal, and he still managed to get the number that he has. So what a player! And I'm so glad that he's finally, in some cases, through some people's very gritted teeth, finally getting some accolades and finally getting some acknowledgement that Bruno's actually, a top quality player for many, many, many years. For the whole time he's been at United, there have been constantly, I go back to the media or I think people with agendas talking about Bruno, that he's not actually that good. Again, I go back to, we have so many media outlets or even sometimes United fans trying desperately to sort of gaslight you or convince you that certain players or certain people aren't what they are. And for the longest time, Bruno, he's not actually that good. The moment that Bruno leaves is the day that we'll actually win a Premier League title. And he's just, again weird. Take away his assist and his goals. What does he offer for you? Or, he just spams assists, or he just spams chances, almost like that's his job to create. He's a creator. That's why he gets so many assists. So I'm glad that finally, and it probably says a lot that he has to go to this level. Like he has to break an assist record or be on track to break an assist record to get just a fraction of the respect that he deserves, which is, frankly, I think quite ridiculous. But I think I'm glad to see finally he is getting some of the credit that he deserves. And the other parts of it as well, when I see Chris mentions it in the chat saying, about, we haven't won a title for him. I don't think in this era of Manchester United that can exclude someone of being like a Man United legend or a Man United hero or what have you. Obviously back in the day, in the 90s, or obviously like the Busby Babes and what have you, during that period of time, yes, obviously you would talk about, legends and icons and obviously what they won, but during a time when Manchester United were dominant in terms of the major trophies. But at the same time, Bruno's been at the club during a period where that isn't us, so I don't know if he can necessarily be judged on why he's not a Man United true great because he never won a Premier League title at Manchester United. And you go, well, but that's like kind of doing the whole Harry Kane thing, isn't it? How good is Harry Kane if he's not won a trophy for all of those years? You go, well, but he played for Spurs. That's kind of what they don't do. You know what I mean? That's kind of, they don't really win trophies. And obviously subsequently he has gone away and has won trophies at a club like Bayern Munich. That is what they do. They win trophies every single season. So like I said, I'm just thrilled to see the acknowledgement that he is getting. And exactly, Manny. I was just about to bring up his name, talking about Brian Robson, him winning that Premier League title right at the end. And a bit of a similar kind of time, to United in the sort of 80s into the early 90s, of a Man United team that was still a gargantuan club, massive club, still won trophies, FA Cups and stuff like that. But that was kind of, in terms of like winning the league or whatever, but you wouldn't go, oh, Brian Robson, how many titles did he win? How good is he really? You go, no, Brian Robson, captain fantastic. One of, if not arguably, Man United's greatest captain ever. Like, he's in that conversation, right? So sometimes it is about the era that you're in. Sometimes I think it is about the team that you're in, the manager that you're playing under at the time, right? There was a stat yesterday that I saw that Michael Carrick's going to be the first permanent Manchester United manager that's English since Ron Atkinson. And obviously that's the manager before Sir Alex. So Yeah, which is kind of wild when you think about it as well. So, yeah, with Bruno, I didn't have any concerns about his legacy. I mentioned many a time. I think it's kind of similar to the Carrick stuff in a way. It's when you praise Bruno, it's not saying that he's a perfect player. I think that's kind of, we said on Friday on the Trinity that for some reason, sometimes when you say something, what you say doesn't really matter. Actually, what gets heard is more important, even if you didn't say it. So with Bruno, sometimes the the praise gets perceived as, so you're saying Bruno's like the best player in the world, or so you're saying Bruno doesn't have any flaws. So you're saying Bruno is perfect. And of course he's not. He's got flaws. I think the biggest one is that Manchester United are so reliant on him. I've mentioned this many a time. I think particularly in more in past years, not so much maybe this year because we've got more better attacking players, but the assists are still there to prove it. We're very reliant on Bruno Fernandes, very, very reliant on him. Now, again, context is important, I think, with that, because one, I think any team is going to be reliant on their best player. That's like going, Man City are reliant on Erling Haaland to score goals. Well, yeah, that's kind of what he's there to do. So are we reliant on Bruno Fernandes to get assists? That's why you put him in the 10 to get assists. So it's like going, you're reliant on Lomans to make saves. Well, yeah, because that's what you got him for, to make those saves. So it's a bit of both in that one. Yes, Man United can be a bit too reliant on, well, if Bruno's not there, what happens? But Bruno is always there, and that's what he's there to do. And also, there are players in this team now, like Cunha, like Mbumo, like Šeško, like Casemiro this season. They contribute, like Kobe against Liverpool. They'll score the winner. So, and then when it comes to his negatives, they're there to be seen as well. Bruno can have stinkers. And the worst thing with Bruno is when he has a stinker, you still can't really take him off because Bruno can play awful for 95 minutes and then create or score the winner in the 96th minute and drop to 0 out of 10 the whole game. But then right at the end, we'll do something magic because that's Bruno. He can do something out of nothing. So that would maybe be a criticism. But I think Bruno Fernandes, I'd consider him. I mean, again, when you think about what he's done, I mean, it's. I always struggled to do the whole "are they a legend? Aren't they a legend?" when they're at the they're at the club. Like sometimes it's weird. They almost do need to be gone like a year or two before we start going, "Oh yeah, I think they're kind of like a legend," or maybe they're not a legend. I don't know. Like for instance, like David De Gea is an interesting one about who are they or aren't they a legend. Just curiously in the chat, would you say David De Gea is a legend? Like for me, I would look at that and go, well, the guy's got the most clean sheets in Manchester United history. I think it is, right? Granted, over a longer period of time than others. He won a Premier League title. He won pretty much everything aside from the Champions League that there is to win. I'd say David De Gea is in legendary status. I think he's in that conversation for a legendary Manchester United goalkeeper. Tenure, saves, everything. I'd say he's a legend. But others would say, wow, I don't know, is he not? Is he a legend? Isn't he a legend? And maybe that's a hangover of, like I say, recency, because there is still a bit of not bad blood, but like the way of towards the end. Oh, he's terrible with his feet and what have you, and he's not good on pens. There's maybe still like I say resentment, but still like towards him. But for me, I'd say he's a Man United legend. I think if you talk about the person who's got the most clean sheets in Manchester United history, I think it puts you in the conversation immediately. If not, that kind of seals the deal for you. Then plus, it's not as if during his time at the club he wasn't successful. He was very successful during that time. I mean, Bruno this week, hasn't he? I think he's gone past David De Gea in terms of Player of the Year awards. David De Gea, for a goalkeeper to win that many Player of the Year awards, it kind of again speaks volumes, because he was single-handedly for a period of time there just dragging Manchester United over the lines in games, because he's the top. I mean, I think what sort of time period around sort of 20, what would you say, 2017, 18, just before that World Cup where it didn't really go well for him. Maybe around that time, I think he's absolutely in the conversation for, one of the best goalkeepers in the world, 1,000,000%. So I'd consider David De Gea a Manchester United legend. Yeah. Riz says, Owen, De Gea won Prem, end of conversation, bro. I don't think it is, though. That's like I said, I don't think that, I don't agree with that. A club legend must win a league title. I disagree on that one because, like I said, I think that leaves out a lot of context. I think that's kind of like saying to me, Bruno can't be PFA Player of the Year because he didn't win the Premier League this season, or Bruno can't be PFA Player of the Year because he's played less games than Declan Rice. You know what I mean? I don't think that has as heavy bearing as maybe it should. Because you can still be an icon of a club just at a time which you don't win trophies. Someone like Steven Gerrard's the best example. Steven Gerrard's an icon at Liverpool. He's like one of, if not the, when you're having conversations about icons at Liverpool, you talk about Dalglish, Rush, Gerrard's in that conversation. He never won a league title. Never. Like I said, Brian Robson won it right at the end of his career. Right at the end of his career. He won a league title with Manchester United, right? And if he hadn't, that wouldn't have tarnished Brian Robson's legacy as like arguably, if not the greatest captain ever, right? So, yeah, I wouldn't go that down that route. I think you can be a legend and icon without winning a Premier League title because it doesn't always come around very, very often. And like I said, I think it's about that's like suggesting. Anyone that played in the 80s for Manchester United, they can't be a legend of the club, because they didn't win a league title then, which would be incredibly disrespectful to some Manchester United legends. If you went up to, a Manchester United legend that didn't win a Premier League title, and said, "You're not a legend of this club," you'd probably get hit in the face by them. They'd be like, "Who are you to say I'm not a legend? I played, 300 times or 400 times for Man United and was played with some fantastic players and some fantastic teams, right?" So I don't think that's the cutoff at all. No chance. Where are we in terms of the likes at the moment? We are closing in on 400 likes. We've got close to 900 people watching. So if you haven't already, click the like button. See if we can get to 400, 500. And also be sure to subscribe if you are new to United View. This is the starting 11 for Manchester United today. Kickoff is in just 7 minutes time at Old Trafford. It is Lomans in goal, Dalot, Maguire, Martinez and Luke Shaw. We've got Casemiro and Kobbie Mainoo in midfield, Ahmad, Bruno Fernandes, and Mateus Cunha. And we've got Brian and Mbeumo up front. Super chat from the Honest Tiger says, Casemiro should have been captain today. I don't know. I don't know if it would have been needed. I think, I don't even think he wouldn't want that. I don't think, honestly. I think, Cass will get his spotlight, his attention. And also, I don't think we need to go too overboard. Casemiro, like I said, has done fantastic. But if you want to talk about like a legend of the club, Casemiro would not classify as a legend of Manchester United, right? You'd say I think Casemiro would fall into that sort of cult hero kind of bracket. Everyone really likes him. Clearly, he's a United guy for life. He might even support Man United more than Real Madrid, which is kind of incredible considering what he achieved there. But I think he's got really close connection to the club, obviously. So it's a sort of cult figure leaving, but I don't know if I'd go legend. Kind of a bit like Varane, a bit Varane-ish, where you would go. I don't know if I'd describe Raphael Varane as a club legend, but certainly a cult hero. Certainly someone that's really appreciated by the fan base. Certainly someone that people like and is always welcome back to Old Trafford. But in terms of legendary status, some of the top players or top icons, shall I say, to play for Man United. I wouldn't say Casemiro is that. Casemiro is an iconic footballer, not an iconic Manchester United player. Casemiro is a legendary footballer, not a legendary Manchester United footballer, if that makes sense. What he has achieved in his career, and maybe that's what today is kind of also, even though he's not retiring, it's a celebration of Casemiro at United, but also maybe a bit of a celebration of just his career, and a bit of a nice send-off too. Because did he get one at Madrid? I know he did the whole big photo shoot with all the trophies, and he might have done a press conference. I don't know if he did. Like a farewell to the crowd or anything like that. Because I want to say his last game for Madrid, he might have been like on the bench or something. Because that was kind of the reason why he was, the feeling of him leaving at the time, wasn't there? Of, they got this young midfield now. They got like Tchouaméni, they got Bellingham, they got Camavinga. They didn't need Cass anymore. They would have. You hear the story about Don Carlo crying as Cass is leaving. Top player, top pro. That's big game Cass. That's what he does. Right, let's move to the studio. All right, here we go. I've got to make sure my sidebar is up to date. As we see the scenes of Cass in the tunnel. This is the one plays at Old Trafford. Because this is the one. This is the final one for Casemiro at Old Trafford today. Of course, this is the lunchtime kickoff. Manchester United kicking off this penultimate weekend of Premier League action. It all ends next week. Another season done and in the books. Can you imagine? It flies by. I remember the first game of this season. What was that? Arsenal? Was that the first one? Was that the, I think, Arsenal first game of the season, wasn't it? Super Sunday, if I recall correctly. And fast forward all that time, we're now at Old Trafford for the final home game of the season before next week's curtain closer. Of course, at the Amex against Brighton. Oh, it was good, wasn't it, Chris? Oh, it was brilliant. I mean, not the stuff that happened afterwards, certainly. I'm not the biggest fan of all of that. This really does sound like fun police, so I apologize. But, when people run on the pitch and all that, I'm not really big on that. I kind of feel a bit bad for the players and stuff like that, because that must be terrifying when you just see fans whoosh on the pitch. You have no idea what they're going to do. And sometimes the stewards, I mean, it's a difficult job. What are they going to do? But they can't really stop them. But in terms of just the football, it was a remarkable game yesterday, I thought. I watched that between Hearts and Celtic and Hearts at Celtic Park. I mean, talk about sporting tension, drama, everything. That is, I've mentioned it many a time this season. I've been really hooked on the Scottish Premiership this season. I think it's it kind of reminds me of the Prem like 10 years ago, not in terms of quality, but in just terms of, it just feels a bit more, I don't know, I can't really explain it, just a bit less sort of sanitized than the Premier League is nowadays. But they still have their own issues, like with VAR and all that kind of nonsense. But I did really enjoy the game yesterday. Really disappointed for Hearts. I mean, it would have been a fantastic sporting story, wouldn't it, to see them win the title. It does just go to show, though, for a team like Hearts to get that close, it's required for Rangers and Celtic to kind of have like two of their worst managers ever in the season. They have like Russell Martin start the season with Rangers, who was just terrible, absolutely awful, could barely win a game. And of course, Celtic had Wilfred Nancy, who came in and just completely shit the bed as well. Martin O'Neill does it twice. So what a season, though. What an incredible season. I don't know if it's going to be like that next season, the Scottish Premier League. But if you haven't watched it, I would recommend, even if you just watch sort of the big games, it's not a bad watch, actually. And with the Hearts coach, was it Derek McInnes? Derek McInnes, is that his name? I was listening to his interview before kickoff, and I thought that was actually really good. And then for Martin O'Neill as well, I'm absolutely thrilled for him too. And the reason I'm thrilled for him, I thought he spoke actually before and after the game so well. And he basically said the one reservation I had about coming back for that job wasn't legacy or anything like that. It was just the fact that I didn't want to lose games and then people say, oh, he can't do it because he's too old. You know, that he's too old and he can't, and he's not good enough. We shouldn't be in a managerial position because he's 73 years old. And what he has proven, and I'm really glad he has, I think it is a bit of a victory for that kind of generation of football manager. Of, you know, nowadays it gets so much spoken about tactics. It kind of goes back to the stats stuff, isn't it? So much talk about tactics and XG and this, that, and the other. And, you know, the old school coaches, they're old. They don't know football anymore. The game's passed them by and what have you. But if you know football, you know football. That never leaves you. You know, if you're good, you're good. If it doesn't matter how old you are, if you've got that aura, if you've got that ability to be a football manager, which at the heart, again, is about managing the players and managing the personalities, all that tactical bullshit. You know, the coaches and the people that are younger, they can do that. But those people like Martin O'Neill and what have you, you know, if you can, that's why Sir Alex was so great so late on into his career. Sir Alex isn't there every day doing shuttle runs with people on the training pitch. He's overseeing, let people, you know, delegate. And that's what the best managers do. The best managers, they delegate, particularly at big clubs when, you know, certain things you can't do. You've got to, you know, it's about at the top level, players are good. You know what I mean? Players are good. And it's really just about managing their personality and managing their, you know, and how they're feeling, how their mood is, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it sounds like a load of shit, but it is kind of true. It's like Zidane, isn't it? At Madrid. Respect, aura, you know, it goes a long way. All right, we await kickoff. Make sure I got my scoreboard ready and my timer. As we see the new Manchester United kit debuting today with the collar. And we're off. Just in general, what do people make, by the way, of the new kit? I'm to be honest, I'm a bit undecided on it yet. I do appreciate a collar, but at the same time, like I said, my determination of whether I like a kit is based off if we win in it or not. If we are a bit shit, then I tend to not like the kit, basically. Cass with a pass back to Licha Martinez there. V33 says, crap, fighting back the tears. Cass is leaving. Let's see if he gets emotional today. By the way, still, no, as far as I'm aware, no official Michael Carrick update just yet. So it does look like this is going to be maybe a bit of a post-match thing as opposed to a pre-match thing or during. Imagine they just announced it like half-time. Man Utd put it out. Or 25 minutes in, now they've done it. Red Baron says, let's be honest, Owen, you're not really a fashionista. How dare you? How dare you? As Leach just cuts out that ball through from Forest. I wonder today if we'll get a fast start or a slow start. We've kind of had a bit of a mixed bag, haven't we? It's a slide tackle by Maguire. Andre says if they win, on a positive note. Do you know what? I do kind of wonder if they will, you know what I mean? I do wonder if we lost today, maybe they would just go, let's not announce it today. Let's announce it tomorrow. You know what I mean? I wouldn't actually be shocked if that was the case. If it was like, if the result doesn't go away, goes, maybe not today. We'll save that one. We'll schedule that for later. Maybe next weekend. It reminds me of ball out wide to Dallo. It reminds me when Frank Lampard was announced as the Chelsea manager the first time. The announcement was due to happen, but that day Twitter crashed. So Chelsea moved it to the next day because they wanted people to actually see it. Here's Mateus Cunha. Cunha with a through ball. Yeah, Bruno couldn't really run onto that one. Show says, I assume we'll wear the new away one next week. I don't know. Sometimes they let it breathe a bit. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe the away kit is debuted like first game of pre-season or something like that, maybe. They tend to be a bit strategic when they debut and drop these ones. I think they might want to let the home kit breathe for a week before they unveil the away one. Here's Luke Shaw starting again. Is that 37 in a row? And I tell you what, a couple of times recently, he's gone down and looked a bit, injured or carrying a knock or whatever, and keeps making it back. Huge credit to him. Hopefully he can get there next week, and hey, that's a big accomplishment, certainly for him, but for any player. 38 consecutive Premier League starts, playing every game of the season. Fair play. And obviously, particularly when you add in the context, it's Luke Shaw. Speaking of which, here he is. One of Pep Guardiola's favourite players. That was heavily debated, because when Pep usually talks positive about our players, they tend to end up shit. Oh, Maguire, jeez. I mean, he got to look a bit... Leach had lost his boot. There's Bruno Fernandes, the Manchester United captain. A bit of a deeper position there. Picks up the ball from deep. Chris says, so does Jane win the Kev coins? I guess he does. Well, he put his Kev coins on it, so I would assume, like in any form of bet, he wins it back, right? Plus some. I don't know. The problem is with Kev coins is, you know, they, as the song goes with Kev coins, I mean, you know, this is it.
Kev coins, they're worthless and silly.
Worthless and silly. Ball in, back post. Oof. Ball in again. Luke Shaw is in! And he scored! Not only has he started 37, soon to be 38 games in a row, Luke Shaw scores. I tell you what, Luke Shaw is scoring goals for Manchester United at Old Trafford. Pinch yourself. Hey, Pep. Who are we to question Pep Guardiola, folks? That's why he's Pep's favourite player. That's why. That's why he's Pep's favourite player, because he scores goals. And I tell you what, maybe peaking just in time for the World Cup. Tommy T, Tuchel, hey. It's the summer. There's a World Cup on the horizon, a major international tournament. Luke Shaw scoring goals and starting every single Premier League game. I think you know what to do. Ball in. They just don't really get it away enough, Forest. And it's ball in from Bruno Fernandes initially, headed up in the air. Luke Shaw, I tell you what, takes a touchdown. I thought he took it. That's a really good finish. Really, really good finish. Because the ball in from Bruno is a bit of a lofty one, and he gets headed up, and you think, is he going to take it first time? He kind of, I think he's half in a mind to do it. Then he goes, no, I'm going to take a touch. And you're just seeing here, takes the touch, it bounces up a little bit, and actually then he just gets his body over it, and he kind of just, I tell you what, that is really, really good technique. That's a top finish, that. That is a really, really good finish by Luke Shaw. And 6 minutes in, Manchester United are 1-0 Nottingham Forest. And just like that, again, we started fast. Where's that criticism now? You know, remember the criticism? We're not starting games quick enough. We're not starting games fast enough. Hey, in recent games, we've been starting quite quick, actually, haven't we? And now we're 1-0 up. Luke Shaw, 1-0 to Manchester United. What a start that is. That is exactly what we needed. Exactly. And maybe, again, this will be interesting to see, because there was, Flex and myself spoke about this in the match preview. There was a lot of talk, wasn't there, about like, all right, what Forest and United, but certainly what Forest are going to be showing up today. Are they fully on the beach? They've done their thing now. They're out of the Europa League. They're safe. Is that what we're going to see? Or are we going to see the Forest that kind of was playing against Chelsea when they were rotated a few weeks ago? And they're not really that rotated today, I suppose. And yeah, maybe it shows where Forest are at today. But I'm very, very happy that 1-0, Luke Shaw, 6 minutes in. Let's go get another one. As we always say with Manchester United, whenever we score a goal, don't we? Need another. Need another one. Like we said, don't invite Owen. I know exactly. You see, Owen, get real. About what? We're 1-0 up. Scored in 6 minutes. About Shaw? Hey, like I said, Luke Shaw. This is when I think you do have to veer away from, you know, the agendas and all that kind of stuff, right? Because Luke Shaw this season started every single game, just scored a goal. Now, obviously, you can do it's because there's a World Cup on the horizon, but I mentioned it many a time about Luke Shaw. I do think he does get, because of his injuries, and he does need to leave Manchester United, but because of his injuries, there is this kind of narrative around him that he doesn't have anything to offer, or he's not a good player when he is available, which I push back on. Luke Shaw's a really good footballer when he's available. He's just not available that often. So the greatest ability is availability, and he doesn't have that. So that's why he should go. But I don't think that means he's a bad football player, or he's got nothing to offer. He's not that good, and he's not a good fullback and what have you. Luke Shaw's a very comfortable footballer, can play left back, centre back as well. And Bruno gives the ball away there. Well done, Harry Maguire. Stretched out that leg. And did very, very well there. Top player says, Owen, we're relying on moments again. I'm hearing there's no player style. I know. That's the problem with United. We're waiting on too many moments from Luke Shaw, aren't we? There's just Man United moments FC. We should have no moments in a game. That's what we want. We're just moments FC when we score goals. It's almost like moments lead to goals. But no, for those asking in the chat, no, it was not a Bruno assist. Bruno put the ball in the box, but then there was a header before Luke Shaw put it in the back of the net. So yes, no assist for Bruno just yet. But we've still got plenty of time. And actually, again, the early goal is brilliant for that too, because if Forest do just decide, oh, fuck, we can't be bothered, we're already 1-0 down, we're on the beach. That's great for Bruno. It gives him more chance to maybe score goals and Bruno to get more assists, right? So exactly for Maguire. He's just had a moment up the other end of the pitch with that tackle. With the problem with our defending, we're just moments FC. Or the problem with that Luke Shaw goal, it was just vibes. That goal was vibes. That's the problem. Nico Williams on the ball for Forest. I saw he was being linked with a bunch of clubs the other day, Nico Williams. Like a lot, I think, including United. I don't know if he would be the best fit for United, but I did see he was linked to quite a few different clubs. Casemiro just losing his foot in there a little bit. Slipped on the turf. As we're into the 12th minute. 1-0 Manchester United. If you're just tuning in, Luke Shaw with the goal to put Man United ahead and settle the game down nicely. Very happy with obviously the opening goal, and also just like we were saying pre-kickoff, just I really hope just today that we can just get a positive result, because considering all the other stuff that needs to that is going to happen today with the send-off of Cass and with Carrick announcement at some point, to have all of that happen on the backdrop of a loss would be really shit. So yeah. Exactly, Flagy. Exactly. It's I will never get over the reaction of, let's just let this play out. I'll probably end up going for a goal kick. I will never get the reaction of Manchester United scoring a goal, going 1-0 up. And granted, it's very much a minority, but there are some that are almost kind of doing the Arthur meme, where it's like the fist is shaking like that. You can feel it, can't you? You can actually feel it. You can actually feel the Man United have gone 1 up, and there is like this. Like, what? We're winning. It's a great finish as well. Great technique. Look at that. Gets over it right in the corner. Fabulous finish. But still got to be careful here. Right. That attack comes to nothing. Here is Casemiro. Tell you what, Maguire started very well, actually, as well, hasn't he? So that was a bit of a short pass, but we get away with it. There you go, turn. Here's Mateus Cunha. Shaw is travelling with him on that left-hand side. Cunha again. Bruno. Shoot, Cass! He's not going to... Oh, still got it. Still on the edge of the box. Tell you what, it's tight around there. Bruno Fernandes, what have you got, Bruno? He takes a shot instead. You can almost tell when Bruno takes a shot. It is kind of a bit with reluctance. Oh, take a shot then. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh. I'm totally with you, Daniel Luciano. I don't get that either. I really get. I understand debate and I understand differences of opinions, and I understand how you can have certainly concerns about Carrick. I may not think he's the right guy, and it's not the right appointment going forward. But I do think once the game kicks off, that kind of should, by and large, sort of go away, shouldn't it? And then here's Cunha again, blocks. Shaw again. Man United say we'll put some pressure on. Bruno, Cobby, Cass, blocked. But yeah, to go back to it, yeah, I don't. I tell you what, danger. Here you go, transition. Manchester United got to defend this. Here's Chris Wood. Ball got kind of stuck under his feet, but he still manages to keep it going. Oh, I tell you what, Cobby dove into that one, but he just went past. That's good tackle by Casemiro, though. And Man United recovered well. And I tell you what, ball over the top by Bruno. And Bruno, touch wasn't the best. Is it going to stay in? He does keep it in. Back to Ahmad. I'd love for him to get a goal today. He needs it for the confidence. Bruno to Cass. Oof. Is Bruno again. Just waiting for Bruno to pick it up, see if he's going to pick it out. And whoever he passes it to, it's like, you've got to shoot. You've got to shoot. Old Trafford faithful, serenading Casemiro. His name rings out across and around OT, as one would expect. Oh, well done, Ahmad. Goes past the defender, is into the box, cuts it back. Oh, Ahmad, that is dreadful. And Shaw ends up giving away a free kick. Ahmad, that's shocking. I mean, Ahmad, you have made a right mess of that. He does so well as well. He gets past the defender, and you just think, just hit it across the box. And he kind of, just drags it. What is that? Was he aiming for Bruno, maybe? I really don't know what he was thinking there. That was a fucking mess. I mean, there's no other way to say it, really, than that, isn't it? Red Barrow, the super chat says, Owen, people have egos. People have egos. People like to be right. I think that is true. I do think there is a human nature, particularly with social media. I think nowadays, because, obviously the timeline is reinforcing everything you want to see, everything you believe in. So what you're seeing is right. It's getting reinforced. So any opinions you do have get reinforced. So we all like to be right. But I would never want to be right at the expense of Manchester United. You know what I mean? And I very rarely do, but if I predicted a loss for Manchester United, if we then lost the game, I wouldn't be happy because I was right that we lost. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, I know, I thought this might happen and it did, and I'm really not happy about it. As opposed to we lost, or particularly when we score, you know what I mean? We scored. Oh, that's so atypical, isn't it? But yeah, to go back to that Ahmad chance there, that's got to be a foul. Ref says no. There's a lot of noise from Cunha. But yes, with Ahmad, that's a confidence one, isn't it there? My goodness. If that's Ahmad of last year, maybe that cross goes, through the 6-yard box and for a tap-in as opposed to dragging it wide. Close to 18 minutes gone. 1-0 already. Goal from Luke Shaw after 6 minutes. I mean, the opportunity there from Ahmad. I don't know if that would have led to a goal or anything like that, but certainly a big chance. And Man United look dangerous. So do Forest. Forest, even today, be careful, Luke Shaw. Well done, Harry Maguire again. It's a short pass. Maguire just had to kind of sweep that one up. And Cunha does well. That's a goal kick. Renata, and why does Owen expect everyone to be a better man than him? When did he put his feelings to the side during a game? Well, I'm not saying you have to be emotionless, but I never want Man United to lose. I mean, I can go with that one. I never want Man United to lose. So I would hope most people would be, I don't know. That was not a better man than me then. I don't want Man United to lose to be proved right. Emotion during a game is fine, but and having beliefs during a game is fine. But like I said, I'd never. Oh, Shaw. I tell you what, Shaw scored the goal. And he's had a rough few minutes since then. To be honest with you, he keeps giving the ball away. And as Dave says there in the chat, there's also the other part of it, which is when you do bring that up, you get that doesn't exist, and unfortunately, it really does. Like it really does for some reason, and they're very loud, very very loud. I know, Daniel. How terrible, isn't it? Not everyone's going to be like you and want the team to win. How about that? Good block by Casemiro. Nearly 20 minutes gone. That's a Forest throw. You can see the executive team are at Old Trafford today. Jim Ratcliffe, Omar Barada, Jason Wilcox. I think that's it as well, Steffi. For some reason as well, and maybe it is just like the football game or again social media as well. There is this like, if you're wrong, it's a death sentence, or having to say I got that one a bit wrong. That is like you can't do that, which is if anything, that's quite worrying. That's human growth, man. You got to admit when you got things wrong. You got to admit when you get things, when you were off on things, or everyone gets bad takes. Everyone holds hours. Fuck me. I'm eating lemon sweets because I played down the Lomond signing, Play this one through. Oh, that's Gibbs White. Oh, it's a good save by Senelon. Brilliant save. I tell you, here come United again on the counter-attack, though. From one end to the other. This is vintage Manchester United. This wouldn't be our place. I tell you what, Mbumo round the goalkeeper. Brian Mbumo's off the post. Oh, unlucky. Ball in. Oh, edge of the box. Casemiro. Oh, it's just wide. Wow. My goodness me. What a game of football this has turned into. I mean, you look at this Forest chance. I mean, who's picking him up? Dallo, Cass. He might have been offside. It would have been tight. It's a great save by Senna Lomans. Spreads himself, Schmeichel, and then United go right at the other end. Like I said, I mean, you want to talk about United DNA, vintage Manchester United. This was a move that wouldn't have been out of place at all in the Sir Alex era of from one end, go right up the other end and try and score. And Man United do it really well. And Mbumo's just unlucky, just a little bit, maybe a little bit too wide of the goalkeeper when he goes round him. But there you go. Here's Dallo. It's out wide to Ahmad. He's just in the box. He's got to now do the work back. He's lost it. Yeah, he does just have the look of someone, doesn't he, Ahmad? He does look like he's missing that confidence. That's better by Shaw. Wins that back. Cuts it back to Bruno. Now, where's Bruno? He's sort of got two players around him. Do we win that throw? I think that's our ball. That's a Forest throw. Yeah, he was unlucky. Like I said, he actually, tell you what, the goalkeeper actually does very, very well. What I will say about that as well. And Mbumo is unlucky because the goalkeeper, he looks like he's going to go down. And he managed to actually just stay up for as long as possible. So he forces Mbumo wide just enough. And Mbumo's a bit unlucky by that point. And it's just, maybe a couple of months ago, maybe a bit better form or maybe a bit better confidence, maybe. But actually, the goalkeeper actually did much better than I thought, actually, there. He stayed up much longer than I initially realised. Speaking of which, like I said, about maturity and growth, time for another lemon sweet. Ugh, these things are so gross. Ugh. It's not like initially, it's just like, it's this bit. It's like the saliva takes a while. And then I try and like bite it, but there's something in the middle which is so grotesque. I think it's some kind of like sherbet, and honestly, it's like the worst part of it. But I don't like to let it just melt away in the cheek, because when I do that, that's terrible as well. Oh. Yeah, it's that sherbet at the end as well. Oh, 6 to go. I've got to do it before next weekend. Oh, it makes my eyes water, ball in. All right. Man United 1-0 up, I think. I've just gone blind. So I might have to just listen to Gary Neville commentary for the rest of this stream. Asher, do you want to do the show instead? Maybe you just... Okay. Maybe you're not going to run around now like you did earlier on. What's your prediction? Okay. Oh, Cass with a bit of a wild slide there. Better blocked by Casemiro, though, from that Gibbs White cross. Oh, it's the aftertaste as well. You get stuck in your teeth. Ugh. Ugh. But that's maturity. That's maturity. It's maturity. Eating lemon sweets on stream. I'm a grown man. 25 minutes gone. Still 1-0 to Manchester United. Goal from Luke Shaw. Actually, can't lick the microphone. But this is why we need that second goal, because as we always say, you never know. We are always vulnerable to attacks, and that is certainly something I think over the summer. This is why you're looking at midfielders need to have that. It's just so easy to play through us, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's so easy to play through that midfield. So we need those players in the summer, and also as well, that's why I think we need defenders. Whilst I think Maguire and Leach have done well so far, particularly Maguire, need more. Need to look a bit more secure next season. Need a left back as well, because Shaw's not going to be able to keep up that consistency next year as we're in more competitions. So we've got a rather large shopping list. Ball in from the corner. I was headed away by Luke Shaw in the end. He actually did really well. Rose up really high. Unlucky Mbumo. Because this is what is... He does really well, Luke Shaw, that header. This is what is kind of forgotten a little bit about this Man United team sometimes, isn't it? We're third in the league, but then when you do watch us play, you do sort of remember that, oh yeah, we're not a perfect team by any stretch of the imagination. You know, we got a lot of flaws that we need to correct this summer, you know, particularly, you know, with the midfield and again, with more strength in depth, having more options. Because at the moment, for certainly this season, we've kind of had certainly the second half under Carrick, with the midfield being as it is, and you know some of the defensive options, we've just kind of got to make do with what we got. You know, make do with what we got, win the games, and then have a big summer. Which is like what I was saying at the top of the stream. I do think there is, hopefully, and we're so again, you want to talk about selective PTSD. We're so kind of scared of being a bit optimistic, but I do think there is room for optimism in the summer. If we can get it right. If we can get it right, we could have a really good summer. We could have a really bad summer as well if we don't do the work we need to do. Ball over the top. He just really want to keep it in, the Forest player. Cobby cleared it though. Oh, Cass climbed up, and I think, Jesus knew what he was doing there against Casemiro. I really hope so, KSL. I really do hope so. And again, going back to the optimism, it's kind of another reason for it to be there, but also why we could potentially be even more disappointed is because we have some evidence that this group of people doing these transfers are capable of having a good summer transfer window. So they've set the bar now, haven't they? They've set the bar of, well, that's the minimum that we expect. You know, I'm not saying, we expect it. Oh, play out from the back again. Oh, he gave a foul. But fucking hell. I mentioned, that one was almost identical to that Liverpool one there. Which, look, if you play out from the back, that's what's going to happen. As I've mentioned many a time this season, and if I got some shit for it, it is true. That is the one element of his game where I think he's a bit more shaky. But what I've liked with Lomans this season, actually, is that he did, particularly earlier on, but even other points of the season, that he's actually been really risk-averse, hasn't he? He's been risk-averse in the sense that he's, in a lot of those instances, he will just go long. And I suppose maybe recently, maybe it's a coaching thing. Maybe it's just a game. It's just a progression thing for himself. He's maybe feeling a bit more comfortable. He's I'll play out from the back, but again, he's a young keeper. That will come. Here is Cass. Back heel. Oof. Here's Cobby again. Man on. Well done, Ahmad. Now here's Leacher. You going to get down? Bruno Fernandes takes the shot. That's miles wide. Stick to passing, Bruno. We don't need goals from you today. We don't need goals. Well, we do, obviously, but not from you. We want assist to a goal from you, please. Yeah, people that are posting fake scores or not spoilers because we are live, but yeah, certainly fake scores. Mods will time you out at first, and then if you do it again, you'll be banned. Because there will be some people that actually might be behind as well. A lot of people sync up the their game to the timer and all that kind of stuff. So make sure that it's the best experience for the subscribers and what have you. That's why we always have subscriber chat on, because if you don't have like subscriber chat on, sometimes the chat can get a bit messy, and we want to make it a fun, enjoyable place for the UV community. You don't want to be, hassled by outsiders. It should be a safe space. Here come Forest again. Hutchison. Ball in by Forest. Back post. Dallow. Just a little flick. Goes on to Gibbs White. You give a foul in the end. I didn't think he needed to. I really didn't think. I didn't think he needed to. Like, I thought he was having a really good battle with Gibbs White there, Dallow, and he actually was winning it at certain points. And then just there, that last bit, he didn't need to do that. And I think that's what Gibbs White was looking for. He's a player, though, isn't he? Gibbs White, proper player. Thank goodness he didn't go to Spurs last summer. Would have been a bad move. I mean, maybe Spurs would have been a lot better with him. But he is a player. And he's a Man United fan, by the way, too. Morgan Gibbs White. I'd have him at United, absolutely. There you go. Some breaking news. Napoli have triggered their option to buy Rasmus Højlund from Manchester United. United will receive £43 million in total. Not that is much of a shock. Just headed over the bar there. Good grief from Dominguez. Napoli have officially qualified for the... let's just have a look here. Yeah, he gets a run on him. This is what's kind of not really new information from United, is it? From this performance this is why every time we score, every time we score a goal in a game, if we go 1-0 up, we need another one for this very reason, because we do always have the potential to concede a goal, don't we? We've always got that. We've always got that potential to concede a goal. So Man United always need a 2, 3. You don't lose it there. Just foul down in the end. It wasn't a foul. Yeah, definitely wasn't a foul. just slipped. Oh. Gibbs White. Well, he went to skip past Casemiro. Casemiro just pulls out at the last second, so it wasn't a foul. Here comes Maguire. Look at the skills. Here comes Bruno on the attack. The first touch was heavy. It did get it to Mbumo. Goes back to Cobby. But yes, Manchester United selling Rasmus Højlund, £43 million in total for the deal. I think the obligation is £38 million, but I think in terms of you factoring everything, I think it's 43 million, which, to be honest, I'm just happy we got some money back in the end because we overpaid for him massively. Atalanta absolutely pulled our pants down on that deal. Remember, the first valuation of Rasmus Højlund, when we were initially getting linked to him, is Man United thought they could get him for like 40 million. That was the original valuation for him at the time. And Atalanta were like, no, we want like 80. What did we get him for in the end? Højlund United transfer fee. Højlund to United. There you go. That's the one I'm looking for. I don't want to see the current one. £72 million. But I think everything included. What was the initial fee? 64 million with £8 million in add-ons. So to be honest, the add-ons are kind of a bit bullshit, aren't they? It's not even a lot. 64 million quid on Rasmus Højlund. Fuck, they did. Atalanta. That second Ten Hag summer is just, you want to talk about. Thankfully, Liverpool had a worse summer than us this past summer in terms of that's aged poorly, because that would have been right up there recently, wouldn't it? But yeah, but the positive is that we managed to. In the past, Man United would have gone, look, we spent that much money on the player. We're not abandoning that 2 years in. We've got to get our money's worth, even if we don't think we can get it. And in this case, they've just cut the losses, haven't they? Which is, that is the right move to do. And just go, look, we're not going to get 60 odd million pounds for Rasmus Højlund. We can get like 43. And you go, well, in terms of book value, that's probably a bit close, isn't it? That's probably a bit close to, in terms of his book value. I'll take it. We moved on. We've bought, a better striker. Let's be honest. Benjamin Šeško's better than Rasmus Højlund. We've got better attackers in now. And hopefully he does well in Italy and has a good career. It won't affect us at all. I don't really care that much, but hopefully he does well. Is that foul? Ref says no. Good touch by Gibbs. Oh, Dalot, that's short. Oh, God. Sometimes our defenders or our players, that sort of midfield or defensive block from Manchester United, they are sometimes heart attack FC, aren't they? Good grief. Sometimes their passes can be so short. You look at like Dalot or Lobbins or Shaw in this game at different points. Holy cow. Well played. Cobby Manning just shrugs him off. Ahmad on the right-hand side. He's got Cunha with him. He's got Bruno just behind. Bruno. I tell you what, that was a Bruno area there as well, wasn't it? That was a Bruno area. I thought that was the spot where he could pick someone out. And this is going to be the really interesting thing next season with Carrick, isn't it? Is you do look at us, and when we get going on the transition, on the counter-attack, we look so dangerous, don't we? We really do, which is great, but we just need to be not that one-dimensional next season. We need to have a few more strings to our bow. Ball in. Oh, keeper comes out. Martinez, handball. No one really appealed for it. It did look like it went right into the midriff. That's a Man United throw-in. Is that our ball? Yeah, our ball. Let's have a look. It was like a half-hearted appeal for a handball. I can't even see it. I didn't really get a good look at that one. Oh, Manchester United have just tweeted a picture of Michael Carrick. Not an announcement, but a picture. Ahmad just tries to go between the two Forest players. Nearly did, but couldn't get there. Copy. I did worry about that for half a second there because it did look a bit, I don't want to say two-footed, but it was a bit of a slide. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's like a bit of a initial scissor tackle, but he kind of stops it in the end, so it's fine. It's fine. But those ones you have to be careful with nowadays, don't you? That kind of scissor technique, or when you like kind of half leave the ground. Don't give the referee a decision to make. Don't give VAR a reason to F you over, basically, because they will. They'll try their best. Then again, yesterday with that Scottish match between Celtic and Hearts, what a great example of the use of VAR in that game, right? That goal was ruled out for offside. That's a title-winning goal they could have ruled out incorrectly. Now, you could say, well, for sporting reasons, it would have been great if Hearts won that. But in terms of on the day, you know what I mean? Like on the day, that was a decision that got changed into a correct one, and Celtic won the title because of it. Now, if you're going to get into the handball on the game before, that one will divide opinion. As Forrest is playing the ball around the back there. Oh, it's a good pass forward. Let's let this one. There you go, it's a block. And that's a corner. I'd say this is the thing with Forrest as well. Since Pereira's come in, he's done a good job. He has done a good job. I mean, talk about a wild season for them, Forest. You know, Nuno's gone super early. Then they get Ange, and they're like, Europa League winning coach. He doesn't win a single game. Then they had Sean Dyche. I even forgot that Sean Dyche was the coach of Forest this season for a bit. You know, Vitor Pereira, they get Europa League semi-final. What a crazy season they've had. Red Baron with the super chat says, can we laugh at Liverpool a little? A little? Laugh at them a lot. And we've had a lot of years of, there you go, Casemiro. Bruno. And that's going to be a corner ball. Yeah, when it comes to Liverpool, short corner by Bruno. Taking it quickly. Bruno. Oh, I'll tell you what, see you later. Oh, you didn't need to cut back that time. You already nearly made him fall over, Bruno. You didn't need to go back again. Dallo. Ball in. Header. Ooh. Just over by Ahmad that time. But, yeah, Liverpool, they are just such a mess. It's fabulous. I mean, it really is, isn't it? When I saw that post come out yesterday from Mo Salah, I just had the biggest shit-eating grin on my face, honestly. Because we've just lived, you know, we've lived we were, remember 2 years ago when we were Statement FC? I think in the space of August, or in the space of like 4 or 5 weeks, Man United released like, was it something like, oh, sure kind of slipped. He nearly headbutted him in the balls there. Yeah, we released like 4 or 5 statements in the space of like such a short period of time. And it was just chaos. And it was like, oh my God, look at this club. What are we doing? And to see Liverpool going in, let's be honest, going in that direction, they are a total fucking mess. Oh, that's a great pass, that is. Oof, and Martinez manages to sweep up. I tell you what, you want to talk about, everyone saying about Elliot Anderson, that he's auditioning for a Man United move, or all this kind of shit, yeah? Morgan Gibbs-White, I think, is auditioning for a Man United move today, because this is a guy, his face is like split in half, and he's got that mask on. How he's even playing right now, I don't really know. And I tell you what, every time he gets on the ball, he's been really, really good. Really, really good. Looks sharp, looks creative. Maybe Man United pick up the phone in the summer. I don't know if is that play we need this summer. Ball in. Now go out for a goal kick. And what I like about Gibbs White as well is he's a young player that's kind of lived up to the hype as well, because he I remember when he was at Wolves and he broke into the Wolves team early, I remember, and it was like, wow. And then was it Forest? Was Forest the one that spent the lot of money when they were on in the championship? Was it did he go to Forest then? Was that the one? And at the time, yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember they purchased it for a lot of money. It was like, oh, I tell you what, that's for Morgan Gibbs White. How much was it in the end? How was it? 25 million with 17 million in add-ons. So what's that? 42 million pounds. And it was like Gibbs White, 42 million in 2022. It was like, man, well, I don't know about that. But he's proper, really, really talented player. And like I said, he's a United fan. He's a United fan. I think if you went to him, like we did last summer, last summer we did the whole, it's Man United and nobody else, right? You're going to reject everyone. I think if you went to Gibbs White and said, we'll get you, but you have to reject everyone else, I think he'd do it. I remember a certain Manchester United captain who looked like he was going to go to Spurs, didn't, eventually ended up going to Manchester United. And today he's chasing a Premier League assist record. As we have 1 minute of stoppage time, 30 seconds to go in it. Luke Shaw should be able to deal with that. That's a foul. Well done, Luke Shaw. Just sees that one coming. But as we go into halftime, it's still, there's an extra goal needed, isn't there? I mean, I wouldn't say Forest are, on the beach or anything like that. Are they maybe playing to their best? Maybe not. But they've got a goal in them. Because but that's this Man United team, isn't it? We've always got a goal that we can see. That is halftime. So halftime at Old Trafford, Manchester United. A goal to the good, 1-0. An early strike by Luke Shaw puts us ahead in our final Premier League game of the season at Old Trafford. Of course, not been completely 100% Manchester United or anything like that. It never is. It's not been that all season, has it? But it's certainly something to build on. And as we go into the next half, as we say, we need another one. Need another one. Hopefully, we can start the second half as quickly as we started the first. But more of the same. And for well, I will say, actually, for a nothing game that doesn't have anything on it, Man United and Forest have 0 to play for, it's actually been a pretty good watch, I would say. It's been a pretty good watch. Certainly not like the watch that we saw against Sunderland last weekend, where just as a game of football, it wasn't very good. Sunderland, of course, had their chances, hit the post and that. But this has been a better game of football. We've certainly shown a bit more intensity. The gaps in midfield are still there, which is why we need to buy midfielders in the summer. In terms of our own players, I would say that, you look at Shaw, he obviously did really well for the goal. I think Leacher and Maguire. I think Maguire's done actually very well in that first half too. Him and Leacher have looked solid. Cass and Cobby have been doing their thing. I haven't really seen much from them, really. Haven't really seen much of Cass and Cobby on the ball. You do feel like with Bruno, as much as you might say that I think he did kind of admit that it's impossible for it not to be on his mind. But I do think maybe he's, he maybe is trying to force it a little bit, very trying to force it a little bit too much. And then you see in Ahmad and Brian Mbumo, two players that I think are quite low on confidence. Ahmad's got a really good opportunity to get it across goal, kind of dragged it back a bit too far. Mbumo, I do think that opportunity actually is a bit more difficult than it looks. I do think that actually Sells, the goalkeeper, does quite well on the replay of the Mbumo one, where he goes around the goalkeeper and then Sells is just like, Sells just kind of stops before he goes down just to, delay, and Mbumo pushes him a little bit further wide, hits the post. And of course, that came from a counter-attack, which, as I spoke about in that first half, that counter-attack for that Mbumo chance, that wouldn't have been out of place in, I think, any Sir Alex team of the 1990s or certainly 2000s. I think we've seen Man United score a lot of goals like that over the years, haven't we? Where it looks like they're going to score, the opposition are going to score at one end, then we do 1, 2, 3 passes, and then we nearly put the ball in the back of the net. That's that. You want to talk about Man United heritage and DNA? That could have been a proper Manchester United goal. That. So still need a second, still need a third. Bruno's still chasing the assist, maybe a bit too much. But like I said, for a nothing game that's maybe got nothing playing on it, we're going to be third this season. We're going to be in Champions League. Forest are going to be safe. It was a good first half of football. I thought an entertaining game, and still levels for Manchester United to go up. This is not like before they enter and do the whole. So this is what you want next season. Well, if you're asking me if I want to be winning at half time in most of the games next season, yeah. Yeah, I'd like that, because we have a record where if we're winning at half time, we tend to win at Old Trafford. In fact, we haven't lost a half time when we've been at 1-0 or we've been leading at half time at Old Trafford since the 80s. So yes, I would like to be leading at half time a lot next season. Yes. But there's still room to go, room to improve. The issues are still the issues. The midfield's, very stretched, and we need players in there. The defense is quite exposed. It's also, I guess, the risk you take if you've got to play more on the counter-attack, just by nature of inviting pressure on. You're going to concede more chances and have to run the risk. If you're going to say to the opposition, all right, you're going to, you need to have the, more of the ball. We're going to give you the ball. Then they're probably going to have a few more chances. So, but it's not, I think just the, not encouraging, it's probably not the right word. The reassuring element of, when we do get kind of run through in the midfield, or they get very quickly up the other pitch, like I said, it's more of a case of we know, don't we? We know. That's why we're fixing it this summer. It'd be much more concerning if they were running through the midfield and we were like, oh, we're not going to buy. Well, our midfield's fine. We're not going to purchase any midfielders this summer. Then that would be a worry, wouldn't it? that would be a concern if it was like, no, we don't need midfielders. We got Cobby and Mason Mount and Agate. That's fine. Not an issue at all. No, everyone's very, very, very aware of that. So, yeah, I think that I think don't really. There's not. This is what's weird about this time of the season, isn't it? You're not really going to get, what I mean? You're not going to get any new info from these games that we don't already know. That we're not already strategizing for in the summer, right? So yeah. But in terms of being 1-0 up, the goal itself from Luke Shaw, just seeing it back, really good finish by Luke Shaw, really good technique. It's funny because he looks like he's going to hit it first time, then takes it down, and then he gets over it really, really well. And I'm really glad for him. Really, really, really glad for him, Luke Shaw, because touched on that a lot. I do think that a lot of the criticism he gets for injuries and availability is more than justified. His injury record does speak for itself. But I think it does then kind of get mixed up in that, because he's got obviously these injury problems, that he's not a good footballer, or he doesn't have quality, or he's not at the quality to play at a high level. Because I think, again, that does him such a disservice. I think it does him such a disservice in that, if he is available, then he's a good player. The problem is that first 2-letter word, it's if. And that does a lot of heavy lifting with Luke Shaw, doesn't it? And I think when his contract's up, it should be shake the hand, farewell, thank you for your service. And hopefully you can carry on your career. Maybe he won't. Maybe be one of those players, a bit like a Phil Jones, that goes, you know what, I'm kind of enough. It's kind of, I'm kind of done with it. And maybe I still think that after this summer, depending on what happens, if he goes to the World Cup, I think he'll probably be done with international football. He probably should be at this point. If he doesn't make the World Cup, then definitely for the sake of his club career. But yeah, I'm really, really, really happy for him. Really happy for him to be starting again today. And hopefully he gets those 38 starts, because for him, that's a massive achievement. But for just in general, for any player to play 38 consecutive Premier League games, that's an achievement. Again, because it's Luke Shaw, it does get kind of, for Luke Shaw. But hey, a lot of players who have really good fitness records don't play 38 games a season, That's a top level of consistency. Now, obviously, he won't be able to do it next season. He's not that consistent. But yeah, I'm really pleased for him. I can see if I can get a quick word from Fleck from Old Trafford. See what he says. See if he answers.
Yes, mate.
Fleck, you are live on your own channel. Manchester United are 1-0 up. If I can get a very quick word. What do you make of that first half?
Yeah, kind of couple. Both teams kind of got end of season vibes in it. Giving away the ball, a little bit lackadaisical, but really good start. Look, Luke Shaw, fucking hell, mate, what a strike that is!
Yeah, brilliant strike.
Great strike, man. Really good, really well taken goal. And Mbeumo should score. He gets the post, but he should score. Other than that, Forest have looked okay. But it really is. Who's that? Hold on. Who's that? Oh no, Luke Shaw's just. Who's that? Are we making a sub at half time here? I'm trying to look on the sideline at who that is. Sorry, he's just joining the subs. I think we did all right. I think we were the better team. But we a bit sloppy. Bruno forcing it a little bit. Telly's trying
a bit too hard. Maybe trying a
little bit too hard. Yeah. Ahmad had the chance to pick out 3 players, missed all of them with that cutback. Like I said, Mbeumo wasteful. Cunha in and out. Kobe's been good. Maguire's been good. Dallo doing Dallo things. So it's just a bit of a mare game, really.
I was literally just saying. I said I the same way that we said this the last few games. I don't think you don't learn anything you didn't already know in this one. You know what I mean? Like we get run through. Like we get sort of run through in the midfield, and you go, well, that's why we're getting midfielders this summer because that's the issue. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And Mbeumo and Ahmad look a bit short of confidence as well. I think.
They are.
And like we say, whenever we score a goal, we need a second one because we've always got a
exactly. I mean, Lammers makes that save, but I think Gibbs White was offside anyway.
It would have been it would have been close. If anything, for all of the
we went up the other end and scored.
Yeah, which is like that I was saying during the stream. That's a vintage Man United counter attack, go up the other end and all that kind of stuff. But one thing I did want to say is for all of the talk about Elliot Anderson, watch on him. I tell you, has been good today is Morgan Gibbs White. I tell you what, he looks
dropping off the front, making things happen. He's a clever player, man. I was surprised to see him out there. I thought he was just like done.
Yeah.
Like nowhere near it now, but swelling's gone down. Get the Mask of Zorro on.
Yeah.
Get the Osterman on.
Yeah.
And go play. But yeah, he's just neat and tidy. Elliot Anderson's won a couple of tackles, got after a few people, shows a little bit. But like I don't know. There's nothing like
you can't really base anything off a game like this, can you?
No,
you can't give it like Elliot Anderson's not a really good player because of this, or you know what I mean? It's like
this is why we should buy more. Like exactly. It's just everyone knows everything that has happened so far in the game. So and it's that brilliant thing that we always talk about. We're winning.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like we're winning, innit? And like it seems like both teams are a little bit like, we just let the minutes tick off. Yeah. World Cup's around the corner, no one wants to do anything stupid. So the intensity's not really there. But just see the game out properly, man. I was not to say see it out, go and get another goal. You know, I would like to see us play a little bit more on the front foot, make some chances. You want to see swashbuckling football, but like it's just I just don't think, like you said, these last 2 games. The league settled down. You know, there's no jeopardy in this. Like, it'd be a much harder game against Brighton next week. You know, they're actually going for Europe. You know, we might run into a bit of problems there because we actually might be on the beach by then. But I think it's all about Casemiro, man. You know, everyone's saying 1 more year, cheering his touches. You know, I saw the camera doing the close up on him for kickoff, and then after that, it just became just like not a training game, but just nothing really going on.
Yeah, it's kind of.
You know what I mean? This is a weird game.
It's like again, it's weird. Like I said, you can't really base anything or make decisions based off it. It's kind of like it feels like we've got to win today because we've got other stuff that's going on that we don't want to have the backdrop of a loss on it. You know what I mean? We're like we're going to announce Carrick. We're saying goodbye to Cass. You know, Hoyland's has officially been sold. You know, like that's been triggered today because they qualified the Champions League, Napoli, and it's kind of just like, well, all of that if the background is a
It's
loss,
like
would
the
be a
game's
bit shit.
secondary.
Would be a bit shit, wouldn't it? You know, you
Yeah.
want to
And-
win and have that as the backdrop. You know what I mean?
And obviously always on the pitch is the most important thing out of everything. But weirdly today, like I said, in a weird way, it feels like the game's secondary, but not in a way of like it's okay to lose.
Yes, exactly.
But just like we're not, it's like, yeah, quickly get this win in the bag so we can just like move on.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's weird.
Yeah, we can
but
announce some
I'm
things.
not wishing
we can,
away too quick. Like say, Casemiro's last game, you know, the crowd is, you know, in here. Carrick's going to address the fans. I know people are saying like, is he gonna like will Mike Keegan, Alan, the guy who does the voice, the MC
announcer.
Is he gonna go? Huh?
The stadium announcer.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, Alan Keegan, that's it.
Yeah.
I think his name. Is he gonna be like a word from the new Manchester United head coach, Michael Carrick?
This is a bit
Do you know
weird,
what I
isn't it? It's very.
Because Carrick's not the guy to be
That's
like,
yeah.
guys, it's been really good. You know, it's been a great season, and I'm here to fucking let you know.
That's what I was saying
that I'm
earlier on. That's just so. I mean, as
It doesn't
someone,
suit him.
I literally have a wrestling channel that is so pro wrestling. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that is so
exactly.
WWE. I've just. Well, I'm here to say goodbye because it's my final game as interim coach, but my first is permanent, and then like everyone goes crazy, you know, something like that. I mean,
and in a way, that's just not really Carrick.
No, it's
like,
not.
So the only way that they can do it on the spot now is, like you say, you give it the thing to Alan Keegan, and he just says, you know, and a word, you know, I think we've all been waiting, and maybe he announces it. And then he gives the mic to Carrick, sort of thing. Maybe that, or because Carrick to say, or they just let Carrick just do the thing of like, it's been a great time, you know, thank you for your support this year, and because he can't really be like, and who knows for the future? Like there has to be something.
Yeah, there has to be something. But then that would be funny because, like you said, if it does go that way, or there's some kind of hint to it, or something like that, obviously the crowd will go crazy, and you know they'll applaud him. And it's funny because then, according to the people that are like super anti Carrick, 78,000 fans in attendance there are not Man United fans if they're cheering for that. You know, you're part of the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Look at all of them celebrating that.
But then, like you said, you will get the crowd up if Alan Keegan says, I'm sure you've all been wanting to know who the next Manchester United head coach will be.
Yeah.
And it is my pleasure to confirm that Michael Carrick is the new head coach. And everyone will just go, hey, you know what I mean? And then you give him the mic and then he'll just bring it all down and be calm about, my guys, you know, it's been a pleasure. Looking forward to next season.
Yeah.
He'll just do Carrick things. So, yeah, we're not expecting The Rock on the mic, are we? So
no, it's finally, you know.
Yeah, finally, Carrick, Michael has come back. So we'll see.
And next season we'll be in the Champions League because Michael Carrick said so, and that's the bottom line. You know, all the catchphrases.
So we'll see. Players are back out. No changes for either side.
Yeah.
They just kicked off, but yeah, we'll see. We shall see.
We'll see. We'll hear from you after the game. Nice one.
Nice one, guys.
Peace.
All right.
Yep. Flex is going to be talking to the United fans after the game. As we wait for the second half to kick off, there it does. Officially for me, he's a little bit ahead because he's there live in person. Let me get these super chats out. Make sure I've got my sound turned back on as well, so I can hear what's happening, just in case anything happens. Where am I? It's because I saw Marcel. Amador, Marcel's lawyer, says, Owen, I'm at OT with the fam. Dallow is shite. Lemon sweet. I'll have one in a second. Just for the contribution there from A7. I appreciate that. Lucas Chan's been about 46 months. Says decent first half. Just need to find that clinical third pass. But wow, Anderson is good. Would be amazing if we get him. And here's another one. Quite obvious this team needs a quality winger with proper 1v1 threat on the wings. Midfield issues aside, we need a left winger. Well, that's going to be really, and I appreciate the super chat, AY7. That's going to be really, really curious for the summer as well, because do they go with, do they go with Dorgu, or do they think we need more? Cunha ball in. Oh, back post. Ahmad keeps it alive. Oh. I tell you what, he's miles off his confidence, isn't he? He is off confidence, Brian Mbumo. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Look at this. Cunha, ball stays in, and just Ahmad actually did really well to keep that alive. And Brian Mbumo's got to do better. Ahmad cuts it back. I mean, it does. I mean, maybe it just bounces just in front of him. You could maybe make that, but a player of his quality and caliber, you say, get over that, keep short of it, make sure you get your body over it, drive it down and get into the back of the net. For someone of his quality, that's a chance. And that's, yet again, another example, isn't it, of Mbumo, Ahmad, they're just not at it in terms of that confidence. Brian Mbumo, earlier this season, that gets back of the net, no problem, is it? Not an issue at all. And also, that'd have been really good for Ahmad because he'd got the assist on that. It's all right, though. It's all right. We'll keep making more chances. That's the one thing you can say about this side, this Manchester United team. We create chances. And also, the other part of it as well is, look, if we have a setback in this half as well, I back these guys to come back into the game too. And this is a really great tackle by Licha Martinez. Wins a throw in as well. This is a very resilient team. We don't know when we're beat. We saw it against Liverpool. We saw it against Spurs this season. We've seen it against West Ham. We've seen it against so many teams this season. We got goals in us. But that had been a perfect start to the second half as well. But this is what I'm saying about, I mentioned it before kickoff as well. This is when I think we have to support these players like this, right? Because we've seen all those attacking players, bar Bruno, go through these moments this season. We've seen Šeško have a rough run of it. I remember even before the injury, it was Šeško. It was like a one-on-one that he missed or something. He's not good. He's overrated. Cunha, he's overrated. And Mbumo, he's shit. Now he's rubbish. He's certainly massively off form and struggling with confidence, but he'll get there. He'll get there. It's not as if there's a question of quality with him. It's a bit of confidence. He'll get back. He'll get back. I would agree, King of the Indies. I think earlier on the season he absolutely scores, but like I said, I don't know. We do tend to do this sometimes with players when they're off form. Like there's ruthless and there's cutthroat, and then there's like there's a line. I think, in my opinion, you know what I mean. There's a line, and we have seen that this season with. Just because a player is out of form or is low in confidence, that doesn't automatically make them shit. Or doesn't automatically mean they have to get out the club now and leave. Or we have to turn that fast. We can certainly go, they're out of form, bang out confidence. They need to be holding bench. He's been really, really poor. But then it turns into like, get him out of my club, fucking shit. And he's like, Ball in by Bruno. Cunha again. Oh, Maguire takes a touch. Maguire. Was that his shot or did it get a deflection? I think it did. I agree, Ashley. I think Mbumo will be fine. I think I just see a player that's in bad form. Same as Ahmad. See just a player that's in bad form, low on confidence. At United, certainly that definitely can happen. To any club, any player at any club, it can happen. But particularly at United, if you if you're this is what I was talking about. If you go out of form at United, you really do get kind of crucified for it, don't you? In your ability as a footballer really gets questioned, and then everything else ends up getting questioned. Like, if you're, thank God Brian Mbumo doesn't have any hair. Could you imagine if he had a Paul Pogba blue haircut? Here's Cunha. Oof. Licha clears it. Oh, and you make me laugh with the excuse. It's not an excuse. It's just, again, with Brian, in a couple months' time or next season, we'll be saying how great Brian Mbumo is. And we're like, and we just literally drive. And we wonder sometimes why players do have like an antagonizing relationship with fans sometimes, because it is like, you know, you go off it for a couple of games and you're just completely discarded, and like you would think you do nothing for the team. And that's not a foul. Oh, I don't know about that. Exactly. You still get people playing Florian Wirtz, you know, praising him. Hey, don't worry, he'll come good, he'll get better. Holy shit. I mean, I touched on it before the match. It's taken Bruno Fernandes to nearly equal or break a Premier League assist record to start getting some respect from areas of the Manchester United fan base, which is incredible. Which is incredible. This is one of the most consistent players, and it's still a different. He could have a bad game. Is it fucking Bruno? Negative. Get rid. Corner ball. Got to deal with this. Too soft there, Ahmad. I tell you what, that one will go to Ahmad. That's 1-1. That one will go to him. I tell you what, speaking of Ahmad, this is where you can criticize him, because my goodness me, he gets shrugged off way too easy. Way too easy. Way too easy there. And if you don't take your chances, this is what can happen to you as well. We'll just see the replay. We'll see who's marking in the box. But my initial reaction straight away from that was Ahmad gets shoved off the ball way too easy. Let's have a look at this. Short corner. No, that is nowhere near good enough, Ahmad. That is really, really poor. Elliot Anderson, great cross in the box. I mean, I'm not sure in terms of, could be tracking your marker a bit better. I mean, the ball's brilliant into the box. I mean, it's on a plate, but that is so poor. And I tell you what, that's what you can be hooked for that. You can be hooked for that. And the checking possible offside. I think he's on. I think he's on. I don't know. I think it was Bruno that was maybe playing him on. I think Bruno plays him on. Yeah, that's good to say. It wasn't offside. But that at the corner, particularly if you're the meant to be the man that's going to the short corner and you're getting shrugged off like that, you can't do that. You can't do that. And there's two options there, isn't there? There's two situations there. There's one, you're weak and you've just been manhandled, or you're just not really putting in that amount of effort. And Bumo, it might be hands. It's a goal, but is it going to be a handball? We've scored, but for now we're 2-1 up. But I don't know if this is going to be given. I don't know if this is going to be given or not. We've scored, but no one knows what's going on. I think this is. I don't think this is going to be given. Or maybe not, actually. I don't know if it actually hits his hand. Let's have a look. It might not. Well, maybe it does. And this is the thing now. I don't know what the rule is at this point now, because now, is it just if it hits the hand in the build-up? Is it... Because if you score with the hand, or the hand's building up to that, then it'll be ruled out. But Cunha scores, not Mbumo. So I don't know. But then he takes the shot and it comes off a defender. But I think it'll be ruled out. But I don't know what the rule is. I don't know what the rule is. I mean, it kind of goes there, doesn't it? It kind of goes like here. Yeah, it's gonna be ruled out. It'll be ruled out. It's gonna be ruled out. I mean, I don't have an issue with that being ruled out as long as that's genuinely the rules. I don't know what the rules is anymore. You know what I mean? I really don't know what the rules are. That's the thing. If the blanket rule is if it hits anyone's hand in the build up to a goal, it's ruled out, then it should be ruled out. But he doesn't score the goal in Boomer, so I don't know. So again, I don't know what the rule is about it. I don't know. I mean, if the rule is that, you know, as long as it's not that person, then it should be given, really, then, I guess. But if it's a handball in the build-up, it's not a goal, then it should be ruled out. But also, the ball's kind of like here. So, I don't know. I don't know what the rule is, I'll be honest. They're having a proper look at it. So they're saying that the VAR has told him he's controlled it with his arm. He's going to rule it out, I think. No. Go! He gave it! He gave it! He gave it. I mean, I don't know what the rules are at this point. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, the ball came here and I did think like, well, that's not handball, but I don't know. Like, I don't know. And this is really rare as well, because this is the referee overturning VAR. VAR has told him they believe Mbumo controlled the ball with his arm, and the ref is saying, I disagree. And by the way, just for the record, Gary Neville, can he literally like shut the F up? Because I don't know why he is trying his best. Has he got a bet on? Because he is furious at the idea of Man United scoring. I mean, my goodness. He was literally. Did you hear him when the referee was doing the announcement? He's going, "Get on with it, get on with it." I'm going, fuck off, Gary. Honestly, like, pipe down. I mean, honestly, you know, I spoke about earlier on. I said for some reason there are Man United fans out there that like we can actively score and they get pissed off. For those that say that doesn't exist, once on fucking comms. Once on comms right now, Gary Neville seems pissed off that Man United have scored, which is just fucking bizarre. It really is. My only thing with it is I don't know what the rule is anymore, so I'm not one way or the other. You know what I mean? I really don't know. I know that we've had goals ruled out because they've hit hands before they've gone in. I also know that, but it was Mbeumo that scored. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the rule is. I think that's the problem too. I mean, the Nottingham Forest coach Pereira's lovely. There he goes, giving the ball away. Gibbs away again. Oh, Lomans just does about enough. Well done, Senna Lomans. Keep it going, keep it going. Where are we at? Gary Neville on comms is annoying. Owen, how do you deal sanity with Neville? I put the volume up and down quite a lot. Akil says, if that happened to us, I'd feel hard done by. But as you say, Owen, there's no consistency in officiating, so who knows what the rules are? I'm exactly the same, Akil. That's exactly where I am with it, genuinely. I I can't be outraged one way or the other. First of all, I'm a Man United fan, so I don't give a shit. Right? We're winning. But the other part of it is, this is what happens, isn't it? This is what happens when there's so much inconsistency in officiating throughout the season, is that nobody knows what is the right decision anymore. Like we don't know. If it was against me, sure, I would be like, oh, I think I don't know, but I don't. But again, I don't know what it is. I really don't. In my opinion, I'm kind of like, just in general in football, I want goals to be given. I don't want to go out of the way to get them ruled out. But if the rule is that if it hits your arm anywhere in the build up to a goal, then that's fine. Then it should be ruled out. Then it should be ruled out. But at this stage, I don't even know what they are. And that is right. I think that sums up VAR this season. At this point, you've got a decision there whereby I think everyone's initial reaction is that should probably be ruled out, I guess. But then we're like, but I don't know what the rules are. We've got some, we haven't got some. Like sometimes they will be given, sometimes they won't. I don't know. So if no one knows, then I'll just be like, well, then yeah, just give them. Just give the goal then, you know. So I'm happy from a United fan, but yeah, I really don't know, because the that's the problem. What's the precedent? You know, what is the precedent? I don't know. Bruno, here's Brian and Bumo. Oh, Bruno, he's miles up it. Bruno, you need to come. And Bumo, that was Bruno's moment. And Bumo, you got to come off now. You got to come off, mate. You got to come off. You got to come off. You got to come off. That's okay now. You got to come off. It's just not even your day at this point. It's just not even your day at this point. Oh. That was the one as well. That was the one for Bruno's assist. That was it. Oh. But this is also why I'm an advocate for just to scrap VAR and keep goal line technology and offsides, because I don't know about you, but I would just rather, like, the controversy is the ref, like, did they spot it in real time, and then just move on? You know what I mean? And then just go on. But now this will be a thing about what constitutes as like the handball, what isn't a handball. Like, I really don't know anymore. To the point that we scored that goal, which technically is a legal goal, and we couldn't celebrate it straight away because we were like, oh, we don't think it's a goal. Oh, it might be a goal. Oh, it is a goal. So I don't know. I really don't. As far as the how dare you celebrate that goal, I would say, one, if you're an Op fan, cry me a fucking river. Two, if you're a Man United fan, you're going, I'm not going to celebrate that goal. Live a little. Live a little. That's what football's about. Like, I go back to, if that just must be a life of misery if we're at the point where you can't even celebrate a goal. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't celebrate that. Why? We scored. Well, one thing, I mean, it's well, they say it because it comes off his hip. Missed that one. It was a save by the goalkeeper, I think. Good save in the end. Another chance. Martinez. They just get the ball back in the end. I know Red Baron. It really honestly, this is why I sort of push back on it a lot. Like again with the Carrick stuff recently, because there is this like weird thing at the moment where like you're not allowed to be happy. You know what I mean? You're winning the game. You should be ashamed of yourself. What you're happy United are winning under Carrick? I could never. Well, don't then. Fine. Now, bruv says, does Brian train? What is his diet? Take him off and put Maguire up front. Effing useless. Come on, man. He needs to be taken off. Well, he's not useless, though. And again, we don't need to go too much. But he's had a stinker, hasn't he? Well, I would say that. He's got an assist. That's true. For that one. My word. So should Bruno. Speaking of which, here is Bruno. Pass it, Bruno. Don't pass it to Brian. Cunha is blocked. King of the Indies, honestly, and people think I make it up. Like this is the thing, you know. Like sometimes they'll say, "Oh, and you're always going on about stuff like, or you're always saying what the chat said, and people aren't saying it, or you always say people and name the people, and that's not true. It doesn't exist." They really do, like genuinely. They're in the chat now, being like, "Man United 2-1 up. You shouldn't be happy about that." It's because as we go back to earlier on, it's rather be right. You know what I mean? Rather be right. Ball in. Oof. I mean, to be honest, the fact that we are 2-1 up with the amount of like gilt-edged chances we missed today is actually remarkable. We should be like 5-1 up, considering the chances that Mbumo's missed and Ahmad ain't been at his best. My goodness, could be even more. In fact, out of curiosity, if someone is able to check this in the chat, I would want, what is our XG at the moment? What is our XG at the moment? One would think, considering some of the chances that have been missed, our XG must be very high, no? Because XG is really important to remember. That's the one. We've got a XG. Can I see that on this screen? Let's see if I can find it. What our XG is at the moment. Because remember, underlying metrics. There you go. Our XG is 2.46 at the moment to Nottingham Forest 1.17. So what's the thing today? You know what I mean? What's the thing today? Is it that now XG doesn't matter? XG doesn't matter. Will XG not matter today, or will it matter today? And now, will it be Carrick's fault that they don't put the ball in the back of the net? Owen, we all support United, but my God, you make it unbearable. Then don't be here. I can't. I'm only going to be me. I'm not going to be. You know what I mean? I can only be myself, and I can only point out that things that are said with chest just get completely torpedoed, again, because it's selective. XG matters until we start missing goals, and then it's suddenly, oh, no, it's actually we're missing chances. And you want to talk about making it unbearable. What makes it unbearable at the moment for Man United, right, is watching a game, and then every single time something happens, someone will say that's why so-and-so shouldn't be in charge, or that's why so-and-so needs to not be under the club, right? That's unbearable. Watching my team win, hey, that's not unbearable. What's unbearable is Man United winning games and then people telling me, like in the chat earlier on, you don't celebrate that. Don't celebrate that goal. Don't enjoy it. Don't be happy Man United winning. Why would you celebrate a controversial goal? Why would you back the manager? Why would you back the players like this? That's unbearable. Yeah. And if you don't like that, or you don't like that getting pointed out, because again, a lot of the stuff is just noise and nonsense, then I'm sorry, but I can only be me. I can only do me, and I'm not going to change for anyone. I'm certainly not going to hide how I feel during a game because someone tells me to. Fuck that. 20, just under 20 minutes to go. Manchester United still 2-1 up. Oh, good step over by Cunha. Good tackle by Casemiro. Back post. And Mbumo blocked. And here come Forest again on the counter-attack. Absolutely, Mr. Bojangles. We do need, as we always say, can't with United, need another goal. Need another goal because we could, for all of the chances that we have had, we can concede one in half a second. Man on. Jesus going up against that leech up. Good block by Martinez in the end. Am I caught up with the supers? I am. Where are we at in terms of the likes? We're over 500 likes. So if you haven't already, click the like button. And also be sure to subscribe to United View if you are new. Is Casemiro. He was looking for Bruno. Good block again by Leach. It was a good pass as well by it's a goal kick. It was. Show says, I don't know if Gary does this to compensate so he doesn't get hate from rivals. I don't know. Like, I used to think that with Gary, but he really does have like a bee in his bonnet, doesn't he? I don't know what it is, which is odd because like he's got connections with Ineos and obviously the stadium and obviously hotel football and all that kind of stuff. Like if there was a new stadium, surely that would benefit him. So you would think that just even from a cold-hearted business perspective, it's in his best interest for Man United to succeed, let alone as a fan that wants Man United to do well. It's very odd. Bruno is in! Brian Mbumo, that's the assist! That's the goal! And see, that's why you got to keep going. That's why you got to keep going. That's why you got to keep believing. That's why you can't again. Got to believe in the players. Believe. And Bruno Fernandes, I tell you what. That's the one. That's the one. Bruno Fernandes. That's what it is. That's what it is. Bruno Fernandes makes a bit of history. He gets to 20 assists in the Premier League this season. He has equaled the record. He is now level with your Thierry Henrys and your Kevin De Bruyne's. But now there is still one more to go. And there is still time in this game and in the next. Bruno, let's go break records. And Brian Mbumo as well. Yeah. That is why, again, stop writing off the players straight away. Stop, again, constantly just, Bruno, you fucking shit. You rubbish, Mbumo. Like, granted, he should have got this goal way, way, way earlier. But, you know, again, it'll come. Believe. They don't, like I said, they don't become shit players overnight. They go through bad form, right? They go through bad form. They go through bad moments. But they got quality in there. You know, it'll come. It'll come. But that's the one he was looking for, Bruno Fernandes. And I tell you what, Mbumo does well in the end. Because Bruno kind of fizzes it, you know what I mean? He fizzes it, and Mbumo's just got to guide it. He's just got to try and just change the direction of it and get it into the corner, and he does very well. 3-1. That's what we're looking for. Hey, nah, bruv. What's Brian's BMI? The more I think about it, the more that it pisses me off how rubbish he's been. He made me just eat my words. Exactly. And he made it up to Bruno as well, didn't he? You know what I mean? He missed that chance, and it was, if Bruno doesn't get the record now, it's going to be Mbumo's fault. Hey, Mbumo might break it for him. You never know. Cunha. Oh, blocked. Exactly. Why am I celebrating this? How dare you? You got the nerve to celebrate that goal? Did that goal meet the threshold for celebration? I didn't realize there was one. Let this one play out before I go to the next super chat. Elliot Anderson. There you go. It's 3-2. This is, what do we say? This is why Man United, one goal's not enough. You always need that cushion for that very reason. For that very reason. This is why you need it. That's why you need it. I'll tell you what, for all of the this is also for those in the chat that earlier were going, Elliot Anderson, he's not worth 100 million. He's got 2 fucking assists at Old Trafford today. And they're 2 very good ones. He got an assist for that for when he whipped it in, and he's just got one for Morgan Gibbs-White. It's a brilliant finish. And I tell you what, those 2 players today, Anderson and Gibbs-White, they've been excellent. 1,000 goals this season. And but the Forest fans saying it's 2-2. Hey. Here we go. 3 substitutions. There is Brian Mbumo. Well, look, he got his goal in the end. I mean, I don't think he'll still be... I still don't think he'll be particularly thrilled with his performance today, Brian Mbumo. He's got his goal and he got the assist for Bruno. But let's be honest, he's coming off and he should have had a hat-trick. But at least he got his goal. Mateus Cunha, he got his as well. And for all of the talk about transfers coming up this summer, you know, and there he is. There he is. Got to stand up for Cass. Got to stand up for Cass. Got to get the applause in the chat. Applause in the chat. Got to get the claps in the chat. Respect for Cass. Respect for Cass. It's an emotional one for Cass. I mean, genuinely, just in terms of the game, I'd probably keep him on the pitch, you know. We need to see this game out. We need him for 10 extra minutes. You know what I mean? I'd be like, well, Cass, actually, I'd rather keep you on, pal, for the rest of the game. But for that moment, I get it. Like I said, this is why it's lucky that there's nothing on this game. Let me get these super chats as well. Red Baron says, players are humans. They go through highs and lows. Exactly. Like, you know, don't get me wrong. They're paid a lot of money and they're paid a lot of money to perform in high pressure moments. But at the same time, like I said, I feel like we've done it with every attacker under contract with us this season. At some point, we've sort of not turned on them, but at some point with a lot, we've sort of really been quite aggressive about them. You know what I mean? They've been quite like, they're shit, they're not good enough. And then they end up getting back into form because that's what players do. And then we're happy to have them again. And, you know, it doesn't really work like that sometimes. I think, for my opinion anyway, as a fan, you kind of have to take the rough with the smooth, don't you? And kind of just, you know, back them to get back into form. They'll get the goal eventually. It'll come good. And that was the case with Mbumo today. It'll be the same with Ahmad, you know, eventually. He'll get there. Oh, nice. That's better by Cobby. Beautiful. Well, I tell you what, this is a chance for Bruno. This is an opportunity. Bruno, pass it. Or is he going to take the shot? Oh, why would you? He took a shot. I'm really surprised by that. Really surprised by that. Honestly, like, what even is this commentary at the moment? Casemiro's just come off. He's just getting this big applause, and Gary Neville's giving it. How many yellow cards does he get? Genuinely, what is wrong with Gary Neville today? He is in such a fucking miserable mood. And trust me, it takes one to know one. As someone who can be a miserable bastard, I know one when I see one. Here's Xerxes. Is he going to make that? I think he will. Oh, Dorgu! This is it! Oh! That was the one! That was the moment! That was the moment! Oh! I want a foul, ref! Oh. I tell you what, Dorgu, he should probably do better, honestly, because this is absolutely phenomenal. Look at this pass. Oh, sensational. And he kind of just, I think it's this bit of a rush of blood, maybe lack of game time, the injury. Just basically goes, I'm going to put my foot through it instead of maybe trying to sort of, get my foot round it or slide it in. But it's a chance. That's a chance. That was the one. But genuinely, just like take a moment to think about that with Gary Neville. Yeah, like Cass, the whole like flex it at halftime. The whole really today is like a big sort of celebration of Cass, and obviously not just his Man United career, but it's also a kind of you're a top player. Thank you for coming to the Premier League kind of thing. See you later. And the first thing he's like is, I wonder how many yellow cards he got. Oh, Gary Neville, you must be fun at parties. Pissing in the punch bowl and shitting on the floor all the time. God, you're worse than Asher. Here's Ahmad. Just ran into danger a bit too much there. Bruno's not happy. I tell you, this is where like Bruno, man, he's a winner. It's 3-2. There's 5 minutes to go. We could be like, don't worry, it's fine. Bruno's like arguing the toss over like a throw-in or a free kick. A throw-in. Yeah, he's literally arguing the toss over a throw-in. But, yeah. But look, game's still not over, as we know. With Man United, we can concede a goal in any second. So we still need another one, or still try and see the game out. But I'm really glad that Bruno's got at least that one assist today. At least that one. I'm not going to lie. If we'd have gone into that final day, that final game with 2, not that that's impossible, because for Bruno, anything's possible. But you just sort of go, but just one. That feels a lot more. All right, he's doing it. Oh, he passed it to Xerxes, and it was just a bit too much. Xerxes slipped. That's true. Lightwood, actually, yeah, there is going to be a lot of extra time because of the VAR. That is very true. So we are nearly at 700 likes. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. We're currently at over 211,000. Luke says Bruno Guimaraes is the only man to replace Casemiro. I don't think he is going to replace Casemiro this summer. I think he's a very good player. Red Baron says, I'm not crying, you're crying. And Jay says, and Boomer misses on his right but scores on his left. And this is when this actually kind of proves the point, I think, a little bit about the stats. If you looked at the game today, you would go, I tell you what, Brian Mbeumo must have had a fantastic game. He got a goal and assist. You know, he's got goal and assist. He must have done really well. But if you watch the game, you go, "Well, tell you no, he should have had a hat trick." You know what I mean? He's had a stinker. He's really struggled today. But on the face of it, on paper, you'd be like, "Wow, hey, you got goal and assist. Not bad going, is it?" So it's just football's a funny one, isn't it? Football's a funny one, and as Jim says in the chat, XG now is 3.54. But just like anything, it's kind of like, well, yeah, XG's high. But if you watch the game, you go, actually, it was a bit. No, Xerxes. And Dorgu left it. I don't know why. Gibbs White. Oof. He's a brilliant footballer, Gibbs White. He really is, isn't he? Back post, free header. Oh. This is why you don't take Cass off. Get out to him. Get out to him. Well played. There you go. Here's Ahmad. Ahmad. Is he going to square it? It's Joshua Xerxes. Oh, I tell you what, yeah. What he done that a few times, Ahmad, isn't it? He does. We might have gone back though. Xerxes kept it alive for Bruno, and that's over the bar. I think it was in the last game, wasn't it? Or one of the games recently. Ahmad's final pass is off, isn't it? Look at this. Just make sure you get your foot through it. It gives the defender a chance. It's too soft. But yeah, whilst you know, Elliot Anderson might not be available because he might go to City, I'd pick up the phone and have a Gibbs White conversation. Absolutely. Need strength and depth. You need more. But that once again strikes me as a you know, as a player that's just, he's really struggling with confidence, any Ahmad. Because you want to talk again today, really, that goal, the first one, excuse me, he was at fault for that. Way too soft. That's again, hasn't had the best one today, has he? His confidence is just shot. But maybe a bit like with Mbumo, maybe the kind of mindset is from Carrick is like, if I just keep him on the pitch and they can get a goal, maybe that will kind of boost him back up a bit. Here's Gibbs White again. Danger. Here comes Bruno. This might be it. Pick the pass. Pick the pass. Oh, no, Bruno. Why are you overthinking it? You've done an Ahmad. You've done an Ahmad. That's an opportunity as well. And what is also quite remarkable when you think about it, for all of this, the discussion recently about, you know, performances and about, did you like that performance or did you like that style? This is what you're happy with. I mean, we could have had at least, what do you reckon? We could have had at least, 5 goals today? Maybe more than that? I mean, the game should be dead and buried. There you go, they might score. And that's gone wide from Awani. Like in general, you know, if you, for all of the, like I said, the chatter about performances and with Carrick and stuff like that, I mean, I think we've actually played quite well. From an attacking perspective, our midfield is just so open because it is. But we could and should be way out of sight. I mean, it shouldn't even be a 3-2 game. Even the controversy for that goal aside, even if you chalk that one out, we could have had at least 4 or 5 really. So I think from an attacking perspective, it's weird, isn't it? Can you say it's a really good attacking performance if you didn't score the goals? Because it's a bit like the Amorim stuff earlier this season, isn't it? Of coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I think they've actually played very well today, much better than we played against Sunderland. They just haven't been clinical, which is really strange because that's been the opposite under Carrick, hasn't it? Under Carrick, it's been actually, we've been really clinical when we've had our chances, i.e. XG's lower, but you've been scoring more goals. But today, it's been the other way around, hasn't it? We've still scored 3 goals and not been clinical, which is mad, really, really mad. So, yeah, the biggest complaint today would probably just be about not killing the game off and not taking the chances. And the goals conceded poor goals, but they should kind of be irrelevant by that point because we should have had the game dead and buried. Here we go again. Bruno to Xerxes, and that's a Man United throw. I do think there is partially an element of maybe trying a bit too hard with some of the players when it comes to those attacking moments. Like we saw it with Mbumo in this game, low on confidence, really desperate to get the goal, does get it in the end. Ahmad, I think, is probably the same, like where it's like he's made some errors today, but he's also got in some good positions, and then his final ball has just been off, which I think, again, is a confidence thing. And then the defensive fragilities, we know about those ones. They're hopefully going to be more resolved in the summer by bringing players in. But I don't think we can argue about the attacking performance there in terms of the chance creation. Created really good chances there, gilt-edged chances. Scored 3 goals, should be double. But I suppose they're good problems to have, aren't they? I'd much rather have that than not creating chances, which we've been before. I mean, my goodness me, Mount puts it wide. I remember last season, it was like, you score 1 goal against us, shit, we're not going to do anything because we can't score goals. Mount dragged it wide in the end. And in terms of the Prem, if we do see this one out, what's that? Is that 5 unbeaten in a row in the last 5 games, I think? Oh, it was unlucky. That was a good pass by Ahmad to Dorgu. That just cut out. 3rd highest scorers in the league. Exactly. It's I said that's why I do sort of look at it. That there is room for optimism next. Oh, great pass by Dorgu. Joshua Xerxes. Surprised he didn't take it earlier. Real, and that might be that I say, well, that could be a confidence one and a rustiness there. I thought it was just Dorgu in, get it out your feet, take the shot. He took an extra one. Again, still have to be wary of possibly conceding a late one. About 2.5 minutes left of stoppage time. Take a touch, Dorgu. Need some support there. Just watch him. Just watch him. Well done, Leacher. Go on, Bruno. Right, Bruno, this could be it. This could be it. Bruno, you've got Ahmad next to you. Bruno, what are you doing? Wow, does it count? Does it count? Dallo is in the post. Oh. Oh. I mean, I think it would have counted. I think it would have counted. Oh. Well, someone's put a compilation recently on Twitter of Dallo in like forward positions, missing big chances. Because he's actually got a track record of missing a lot of chances. But actually, I don't know what more he can do there. I think he goes past the player, puts it in the corner. I'm not really sure what more. It's not even a bad finish, you know. Oh. Like, he's missed worse. Way worse. Do I need to say West Ham away under Ten Hag? Oh. But again, that's another one. That could be what? Genuinely, we could have had like 7 or 8 goals today. Fuck. So this is when I'll properly do like, if someone says to me, the Carrick football boring, we're not attacking enough. We should beat Forest 8-2, but we couldn't score. And I say we couldn't score, we still managed to score 3. And to be honest, I mean, Bruno's equaled the record. How he hasn't broken it today is remarkable because he could have had at least 3 or 4 assists. Right, go on, Bruno. Joshua Zirkzee! Oh, what a save. Oh. And again, that could have been like 9. That could have been like 9. Oh. I tell you what, Man United, particularly in the second half, but we've been look really good going forward. Really strong attacking play. That's Bruno Fernandes. We look really good attacking football. We still got our problems, we know that, but it's been a much better performance than what we saw against Sunderland last weekend. No doubt about that. Bruno, corner ball. Punched away by Sowes. Surely the ref blows whistle. And there you go. Another victory for Manchester United. Another victory for Michael Carrick, who is set to become the permanent Manchester United head coach. A victory today in which we say farewell to Casemiro. We may be saying farewell to some other players, actually. It could be the last time they step out onto the Old Trafford turf. But a victory, nonetheless, for Manchester United. 3-2. And what a game. Like, really, what a game of football. I would really push back on the... Manchester United, they don't play entertaining football, or they don't play exciting football, or, don't play attacking football, or this, that, and the other. They just sit back and this, that. Man United today should have, we've won the match. We've scored 3 goals. And frankly, we should have won that game legitimately, like 9-2, 8-2. I mean, we're talking about missing some absolute stinkers. Bruno Fernandes still manages to equal the records. He should have broken it today. I think he would probably look at some of his teammates and go, some of you guys owe me 1 or 2. But you can get it next week. Come down to the final day. Still 20 assists in a Premier League season is remarkable, but he should be well and clear by that. And frankly, he should be on a number now that isn't even attainable. It isn't even attainable by any other player in the future. It should be really out of sight, but it's not. You can hopefully try and break it next weekend and put some extra numbers on that. Again, what a great game in terms of an entertainment point of view. Bit of Heart Attack FC for us Manchester United fans, certainly. Controversy in there as well. Where are we at in terms of the supers? As Daniel Luciano said, Owen, this is what you wanted, so did I. They were funny on Friday, weren't they? Looking at those comments, I wasn't surprised, but it did tickle me a little bit that some of the people that maybe are a bit cautious that they might some of their comments might come up soon were very upset that we read the comments on Friday. How dare you read what we say? But it's another win. You know what I mean? It's another win for Manchester United. It's another win for Michael Carrick. I think in terms of the Prem now, what's that? Our last 5 games we're unbeaten, right? I think. Let me just double check the old form guide there. We are. Yeah, so that would be last 5 games unbeaten. That's 4 wins and a draw in the last 5 games in the Premier League, which is really, again, I go back to kind of 5-6 weeks ago. Do you remember that discussion of we're not even going to get we're not going to fall over the line. We might screw this up. I tell you what, we're gonna bottle this. We just gone last unbeaten in the last 5 games, and very easily not only secured Champions League football, securing third place in the Premier League as well. The biggest real criticism today would just be put your chances away, wouldn't it? Put your chances away, and that game can be way more out of sight than it should be. But these are good problems to have. I think these are much good problems to have. I wonder just about, because I'm just looking at the XG. We ended today actually with an XG of 4.19, by the way. And I'm not the best on statistics and all that kind of stuff, so I might be wrong here. But that might end up really heavily boosting Michael Carrick's XG, will it not? So it'll be interesting to see what that ends at. The whole discussion about XG's gone down, this, that, and the other. It'll probably end up being quite close, one would think. And for the chatter that we've taken, well, is it 2 less shots under Carrick than we have under Amorim? Took a fucking lot today, didn't we? We should have. We should have. We really should have. So. Let's be honest. Probably the scoreline maybe doesn't actually suggest that. But we've battered them today, haven't we? We've battered them. That shouldn't have been close. You know, they've scored 2 actually pretty good goals. Yeah, I mean, look at the shots. We had 29 shots today. 29 shots, 4.19. And also, this was part of the other conversation as well, wasn't it? About like next season, you know, the whole, I want to see improvement in performances. I want to see improvement in, you know, certain metrics. Well, hopefully today that can be a little bit of an indication of actually, you know what, if you get more players into that team, better players into that team, you know, maybe we get a bit more clinical, a bit more control over the midfield, because that's the problem, isn't it? The problem is we just don't have a lot of control from a transition. We're really open. But there are issues that can be fixed. I think the real positive thing is that, you know, this time last season, we're looking at our team and we're looking at the results and going, how'd you fix this? I mean, we got to spend in the summer. What are we going to do? We're looking at that now going, all right, let's fix this midfield. Get that midfield fixed, creating chances. We've got attacking players that should be putting away their chances much more. But again, they'll get there. You've got Bruno Fernandes, who's sensational and absolutely brilliant. You've got people like Kobbie Mainoo that are going to get better. You've got people like, again, Benjamin Šeško that wasn't even available today because of injury. He'll only get better, and I think he'd have got a couple. He'd have got a couple that maybe Amador and Buban, because I think he's a bit more confident right now than those two. Patrick Dorgu came on. We mustn't forget this is still like 3rd or 4th appearance since doing his hamstring and being out 3 months. So again, he'll come, you know, he'll get there, he'll get better. So there's room to be optimistic. I really do think that there is room to be optimistic going into the summer transfer window, to the end of the season. And if one of our biggest issues is that, man, we're creating so much and we just need to put away a couple more of those chances and we're still scoring 3 goals, I think that's a really good place for Manchester United to be in. And we just need to, again, get a bit more clinical, which is strange, because that's been the thing under Carrick, hasn't it? Is that maybe we've created less, but we've been more clinical. Today was the opposite. It was, we've created much more, but we were less clinical. But again, good problems to have. Good problems to have. And yeah, I read that one. Yeah, I think it was King of the Indies in the chat mentioned it. It is quite funny, isn't it? You know, for all of the talk about accountability, it goes both ways. And you want to talk about accountability. Some of those United players, when Bruno Fernandes asks or talks to them in the changing room after the match, they might have to be held accountable, because Bruno Fernandes, it's a remarkable achievement for him to equal the achievement, but he should be miles clear of it, really, shouldn't he? He really, really should. Some of his teammates, I don't want to use the phrase let him down, because it seems very harsh, but some of his teammates, he'd be looking at them going, fuck, you've got to score for me in the next game, because like I'm giving you gold here. You know what I mean? I'm giving. If you want to watch this, I can't obviously restream because of copyright and all that. But United are streaming the post-match. They're streaming the post-match on Manchester United's YouTube channel. So if you do want to see what's going on now, you can watch it on Manchester United's YouTube channel. I will talk you guys through it as well. But Casemiro is just getting a frame shirt in front of his family. Omar Barada there is his CEO. His family's there. Manchester United CEO. To be honest, with Cass, my thing with him is I was just like, maybe don't take him off the last 10 minutes. He deserves the ovation, certainly, but we actually needed him to kind of get a bit of stability. And we're going to miss him next season. We are going to miss him. We really are. And I think also that, like I said, today's it's obviously a farewell to Cass at Old Trafford, but I think it is almost a bit of a celebration of the player. You know what I mean, as well. Not just the Manchester United part of his career, but also just the player of. Well, he's going to say some words. Here we go. I didn't think he would do he might just do a very short speech. Listen to that crowd. Cass just drinking it in. He's saying thank you. He says the best thing in this club is you fans. And the thing is with Cass, yeah, when he talks, you can tell he means it. You know what I mean? He's not Cass ain't no bullshitter. Look at Cunha. We're just going to hear some words from Michael Carrick now, I think, as well. And to be honest, he doesn't even need to do more of a speech. That's a perfect speech. I think that's a brilliant speech from Casemiro. Thank you. But the best thing in this club is you fans. That's it. You know what I mean? And I mean, honestly, if I had to speak in a foreign language in front of 75,000 rabid football fans, I think I would shit myself. So that takes a lot of balls, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Crowd serenading Carrick. What a game that was indeed, Michael Carrick. Yeah, we did play well today, I would agree. Yeah, we've had some big moments, big days that we've enjoyed. He's just thanking the players. He says it's a good group of players. He says they're good people. He says they desperately want to do well, the players. Again, I just wonder. I can't imagine he'd be like, is he going to say, I'm like, by the way, I'm staying? I wonder. He's thanking the staff and the whole club, the effort and the sacrifice everybody goes through. That's what makes this place so special. There's Steve Holland there, the assistant head coach. Fantastic job he has done as well. I tell you what, he is integral too. He just talks about Casemiro. Crowd gives Casemiro another cheer. And the crowd once again serenading big game Miro in his final big game at Old Trafford. Michael Carrick asking for the crowd to put some applause there for Terrell Malacia. Said he's had a tough time of it with injury. His contract, I guess, is coming up, so I guess he's leaving. He thanks the fans. Says the best thing about this place is the fans. Exactly. It's good. It's easy when it's good. It's easy to support when it's good. He said it's when it's through the tough times, when you stick together. Almost a little bit like during the match. If you have a little bit of a bad moment, you don't have to shit the bed completely and say, this is the problem with the club. You know what I mean? Through the tough, through the good, through the bad. He basically did, Killian. He's literally, Carrick, you're a fraud. What do you know? Don't celebrate that win. You shouldn't be happy. Big moments, big goals, big results. He says, hopefully there'll be a few more of them. Take care and have a good summer. No announcement yet from Carrick. I didn't really think that would, be his kind of style and be like, I'm not leaving or anything like that. Or when he was saying, like, the goodbyes, he was saying goodbye to Cass, saying goodbye to Terrell and goodbye to me as interim, but not now because I'm permanent. So I don't think he would do that, So maybe we await an announcement or what have you. Or to be honest, just classic Manchester United. Probably they're just not ready yet. They haven't finished it. Like with signings, when we do the whole, why is this signing taking 3 or, like remember Mbumo last summer? Why is it taking 6 extra weeks? Maybe that will happen with Carrick, right? So an announcement regarding him, maybe he's coming to, tomorrow or today. It doesn't matter. He's the Manchester United head coach, isn't he? He's the permanent Manchester United head coach. There's no concern about that. And I don't think there's no lost time. I don't think there's a case of, he can't get to work. He can't get to work on transfers if they haven't announced it just yet, all that kind of thing. So no, I don't think there's too much to be concerned about for anything like that. But look, Manchester United, another victory. Like I said, that's 5 matches now unbeaten in the Premier League. And it's exciting. It's exciting. Look, we've still got one more game to go as well. Remember, this isn't, whilst I feel like the end of the season because it's our final game at Old Trafford. It is not our final game of the season. We've still got to play Brighton next week. We've still got to finish the game, finish the season, next week against Brighton. And we've still got time for Bruno Fernandes. He's still got more minutes to break that record. I mean, look, breaking it in general is just fantastic. If he gets 21, awesome. It's a bit weird, isn't it, in the sense of like, if he breaks it, amazing, but he should have broken it by way, way more, because he's created so many chances. But yeah, this I'm thrilled with today. I really am. I mentioned it before the match. I wanted full time. I just wanted that feeling of, a bit of optimism. Gosh, we've had a lot of negativity. We still do, but we've had a lot of negativity and particularly with 15th last season and losing to Spurs and even this season, the Grimsby and, when Ruben got sacked and showed you the comments the other day, one to kind of just point out that accountability goes both ways, but also to show that we've been through it. We've been through it this season. We really, really have. We've been one game a week, and because of one game a week, it's allowed us to really, I think, over-analyze some stuff and over-fight sometimes. And with a win today and with Carrick, going to be there permanently, and the performance today as well, the goals we should have scored, and we're 3rd place in the league. That's exactly where we're going to be, Champions League next season. And we have a lot of work to do this summer in terms of recruitment, but I think there is room for a bit of optimism. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with believing. And hey, we could that optimism could blow up in our face, and we could fall flat on our face, and we may have to say, man, that sucked. You know, I really thought this was going to be different, and it didn't turn out to be different in the end. But that's life, isn't it? You know, there's nothing wrong with having a bit of hope, a bit of belief, and you know, whilst being realistic as well. I don't know if we're going to be doing, you know, we're going to win the Prem next season. Probably not. But you know, to have certainly I would have this feeling now than the feeling that we had this time last year. 1,000,000%. A 1,000,000%, right? You know, winning more often than we're losing, getting up the Premier League table, competing in the best competitions in like the Champions League. It's where we should be. Beating the best teams as well. You know, look at it. We've beaten the best of the best we've beaten this season in the Premier League, right? Whether it is whoever wins the title out of Arsenal or City, whether it's our Champions League rivals, whether it's our historical local rivals in City or Liverpool doing the double over them for the first time in a decade. You know, there's a lot to build upon. There's a lot to fix, and there's a lot still to get right. Manchester United not going to be fixed overnight and not going to be fixed in one transfer window and one season. But let's hope we're moving forward in a more positive direction, right? Which is up the league, deeper into competitions that we should be in, and attracting you know, some of the best players as well. That will take time. We're still probably not the attractive prospect that maybe a City or an Arsenal are at the moment, but you know, we can be a bit of momentum's a funny thing. You have a good season, and suddenly some players that might start looking at you going, I tell you what, Man United, they're playing some good stuff. Actually, they got some good players, and they did all right in the Prem. Well, keep an eye on those. And financially, we need it, of course, for that big summer transfer window where recruitment is so key. We need Champions League football. We need to be competing in those biggest tournaments. We need to be bringing that revenue in as well. And then today, for all of the chatter about underlying metrics as well, the underlying metrics they were great, weren't they? You know, high XG, high amount of shots or whatever. What was our possession today? Actually, has anyone got that? Has anyone got possession for us? Which one am I going towards? See if I can find possession on the on my little stat thing I've got here. Again, it doesn't matter, but I'm not even going to fucking look. I don't even care. 49. It's not high enough. Should be 50, Chris. But yeah, another win. Thrilled about that. You know me, guys. That is, for one thing, you can't argue with me, is that I've never changed my point on this. It's always a results game, and it's always you know, did you win today? Yes, no, and then that's kind of my starting point. So I'm thrilled with that. I think also, actually, in terms of like a bit of a scouting watch from Forest perspective, I thought Elliot Anderson, he looked good today. Obviously, he gets 2 assists for the goals. He was you know, great putting the ball in the box. I actually was really impressed by Morgan Gibbs-White today. Obviously, you've seen him a few times this season, but it's when you play against your own team, you really pay proper attention, don't you? And yeah, I thought Gibbs-White was excellent. And he's a Man United fan, and he did kind of, he came across as someone maybe playing with a bit of a point today, a bit of a, hey, I'm a Man United fan. I'm playing at Old Trafford, and you're in the Champions League next season. You might need to be getting some players this summer. You know, now is Morgan Gibbs-White like the top priority of a player that we need this summer? Probably not, because again, we need those midfielders. But if you could get your midfielders and your other targets and maybe throw in a Gibbs-White, because we need options. That was impressive performance, very impressive performance. So overall, again, thrilled, absolutely thrilled. Performance from result, thrilled. Thrilled for Cass that he got his moment as well. Thrilled for Bruno that he's equaled the record. I really, really hope that he breaks it, because it should be broken at this point. That would be like the one, like almost kind of, there'd be like a little asterisk on the season with that. Not that, oh, he had a bad season, he equaled the record, but it'd be like he really should have broken that. You know, and there's genuinely nothing more he could have done. One thing's for sure. You know, in the first half, there was that discussion about Bruno, wasn't it? You might be forcing it a bit. I think he's trying a bit too hard. Okay, now, second half, you know, I don't know if he tried harder, tried less, whatever he's doing, it worked. And that number should be out of sight. But yeah, these are really good dilemmas and good problems to have. I can't believe Bruno couldn't break the Premier League assist record today. I can't believe we didn't score more goals, and we should have scored, we could have scored 8 or 9 goals today. These are much better problems than this time last year of, we got 3 at the back, wing backs, horseshoe, and what are we going to do here? We can't score any goals. But as Lau says there in the chat, I think the eyes now, and you've still got the game next week, I suppose, so it's not fully yet. But hopefully, with the announcement with Carrick and that's all done, now the eyes are on your Omar Barada, your Jason Wilcox, your Christopher Vival, whoever else is involved in that recruitment process of really good summer last summer. Look at it today. Who got goals for us today? Even though he could have scored way more, and Bumo did get a goal and an assist. Mateus Cunha gets a goal today as well. 2 summer signings last summer played a big part in today's victory in terms of getting on the score sheet. So you've set the bar now, haven't you? You know what I mean? You've set the bar. That's, I don't know if you can replicate that, but we certainly don't want to have windows we've had in the past where it feels like every signing is just shitty and every signing is just a flop and not working out. So get it right this summer. I don't know if we're going to get every single target, but get it right this summer, improve that team and improve that squad. And then next season, hopefully we can progress on a bit more. My targets for next season, I've already said, I think that if Man United can get Champions League football again, get to the knockout stage of the Champions League out of that league phase, and then go deep in one of those cups. If we win it, depends on the draw, I suppose, doesn't it? But that would be my building on what we've already got this season. I don't think we want to. I think we want to be a bit cautious of making too many big strides too quickly, because we, as much as it is, we joke about it. We are going from a lighter schedule to a much more intense schedule. So I think really the task for next season is let's just manage that. Let's just try and manage that for a season. Make sure it's not the classic United are back into the Champions League, then we crash and burn. You know what I mean? Go there and then, then kind of build on that. Have a solid season next season and then go from there. So, and let's see if we can get some transfers over the line early, because we did it last summer with Cunha, but that was a release clause. We need to, and I saw David Ornstein say, I think it was yesterday or the day before, he was on NBC Sports, and he sort of said that from what he's heard, all of the players we're going after this summer don't have release clauses, which I suppose could change. But so, yeah, hopefully with kind of knowing that Carrick's going to probably be in charge the last few weeks or last couple of months, the transfer strategy has been what it is, and you keep with that, and you get him, you get him over the line early, because the World Cup could possibly, delay things a little bit about that. So, yeah, when we need players, we need midfielders, absolutely. Am I caught up with everything here? There you go. From Gabor says, don't celebrate. That guy still couldn't cut his hair. Well, that's just in general. You didn't even need to say the second part, Gabor. Just don't celebrate. Apparently, that is the rules. There are some goals that are to be celebrated, some goals that are not. We learned today. AY7 says Ugarte is definitely leaving. It's so obvious he's going, isn't he? Which goes back to the midfielder thing again. We're losing, obviously, Casemiro, but just in terms of numbers, we're losing 2 midfielders, and we've barely got any as is. We've got Cobby. I don't even know what Mason Mount is anymore. Then get into the fact of if he's available and he's fit. So again, we need like genuinely 3, and even that you'd be like, well, could do with another. We really could have. Biggie Third says, we all know I'm not Bruno's biggest fan. Boy, was I rooting for him today to break the record. He's had a fantastic season. Absolutely, he really has. Terrence says, Bruno should have gotten 5 assists at least. We can't keep losing these golden chances at goal. Loman's worried me. He keeps doing these dangerous passes. I think with the passes with Loman's, like I said, I think if you're playing out from the back, you're always going to run the risk. It's going to happen. And it will cost you goals, and also it will you'll constantly have those moments where it's going to look like, heart attack FC. I do stand by that. I do think that's the area that I think he needs to improve on, his distribution, his kicking. Like I said, I mentioned that earlier this season, and I got some shit for that, saying, "Oh no, his kicking's good." I think it's a comfort thing, but I think that will come again, going similar to like Ahmad and even Mbumo to an extent, but certainly with Lomans, a younger player. He has been so calm and composed in one of the most high-profile and pressurized position in world football. Being the Man United goalkeeper is something else. And if our biggest concern with him is that it's been a couple of sort of passes that maybe have been a bit, hair-raising or a little bit like, that can be improved on. You know what I mean? That can be improved on. That can be fixed. And I think that's a confidence and experience thing. And we'll get better. He'll get better on that. The foundations are really there for him. And today he made a brilliant save. The one when we went up the other end and nearly scored. A fantastic save, really fantastic save. So he'll get better. He'll get better. We've been in far worse positions with goalkeepers over the last few years, haven't we? My word. So having him in there, that's totally fine. It's one position we don't need to worry about, and that's the real positive thing with those young players that we signed last summer in Lomans and Šeško. Is I spoke about it earlier. I think they've got really high ceilings at United. I really, really do. Šeško, I think, is looking even more impressive. The more I see him, unfortunately he was injured today, but he's looking more and more like he's starting to, I think, understand the league a bit better, understanding the players a bit better, and physically, he's an animal, isn't he? He really is. And Lomans is the same. He's calm, composed, claims crosses. Yeah, he might have a mistake in him. Every goalkeeper does. As long as it's not Andre Onana mistake level, then we're fine. I didn't want to bring it up, actually, during the match, because I was worried about the jinx. I did this game. Was it last season? It might have been last season or the season before. I forget. But I did Man United versus Forest as a solo match view when Gibbs White had the shot, the one that was in the middle of the goal. And I did that as a solo. And I didn't want to bring that up in case of the jinx, because that game was just a fucking mess. So, yeah, thank God. thank God with that one. So, my word. Where did I get the... That was it. Narborough was the next one. And Mbumo needs to get optimized. He's got that hippo built from Madagascar. Hey, and Mbumo, are you trying to put some slander on the Mbuti? Is that what it's called? Yeah, low center of gravity. As I mentioned, this is what's so wild with football is if you watch the game today, it would be very obvious, wouldn't it? It'd be like, Mbumo, he really struggled today. But if you didn't, and you just looked at like the stats, you'd go, Mbumo, goal and assist, he must have done great. He must have done fantastic. He must have done really, really well. And then you watch it, you go, mate, he could have had like 3 or 4. You know what I mean? So, like I said, good problems to have. Good problems to have. A great send-off for Casemiro and a great speech from him as well. Didn't need much. His English ain't perfect. It's improved massively. I mean, I think when he came to England, I'm not sure he could speak a word. Very, very little. And he did that interview with Rio. And you can still tell he kind of still talks in a bit of the broken English. But, like I said, if that were me and I had got a microphone at Old Trafford in front of a 70-odd thousand people and I've got to speak in not my native tongue, I'd be like, oh, my God. So when he says, thank you, but the best thing about this club is you fans, all needs to be said, isn't it? That's all that needs to be said. No, all that needs to be said is that, and you get it. And like I said, Casemiro, particularly when we saw that interview he did with Rio, Casemiro I don't get the impression Casemiro is a bit of a bullshit artist. Not at all. I think what he says, he really truly means, and that, like what you said about Carrick or what you said about the club, the fans, and you can tell that connection really does, mean something. And hey, like we touched on earlier, maybe he's not a Manchester United legend, but he's in that Man United cult hero, category. I think with your Rafael Varanes, as those players that are appreciated for what they contributed during their time here, appreciated for the footballers that they are, the quality and the career. It's kind of a mishmash, isn't it? It's thank you for what you've done for Man United, but also just like thank you for being a great footballer. You know what I mean? You are Casemiro in terms of a footballer of his generation, you struggle to find many more decorated midfielders than him, obviously with what he achieved at Real Madrid. But then also after that, to leave Real Madrid and come to Man United, which the season he joined, again, we just lost 4-0 against Brentford. The season before, we just finished 6th. Like, we're a fucking mess. And he still joined for a lot of money. But yeah, he did. Yeah, top player, top pro, and got the send off that he that he deserved. So really glad for that. I'm caught up with everything. If you haven't already, click the like button. Be sure to subscribe. There should be reaction coming from Flex and others from outside Old Trafford. For those that are wondering where DJ was today, he's actually at Old Trafford today. So he might be doing a fan view with Flex after the game. I think Dylan from United District, sometimes on the red carpet, I think he was at the game today. So there might be a fan view from him and others. So be sure to check that out when they do pop up. I know they might be a little bit delayed because obviously the post-match stuff going on. So we are probably getting stuff sorted for that. But check that out along with player ratings, etc., etc., etc. And we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow morning with the morning view. And yes, and for those asking, don't worry, I will do a final full-time view after the game next week. So yes, don't worry about that, guys. You will get your say. And for those asking also about, I've seen some people saying about red carpet. That will be back on Mondays once the season's finished. We've been so cursed with all of these Monday night games that we were just like, well, let's just get to the end of the season. Then we'll get those stuff back up and running. So, yes, I will end with 11. And you definitely can't have them, Asher. That will blow your head off. My goodness. Honestly, there's something wrong with these because I picked them up and they like disintegrate on me. So I'm not even sure these are for human consumption anymore, Asher. Oh, good grief. Oh, we're down to 5. Oh, the worst thing is I'm gonna have to bite it and get the shove it in the middle. Just do it, it's like ripping a plaster off. I can't even bite through it. It needs more saliva, Asher. I got it. Oh, horrible. Skilly Anderson is actually she did a few weeks ago though. It was a while ago, but she's much more like dog-like now. Yes, aren't you? We didn't get your prediction today. You were busy running around the garden. Even Asher got a run out today, so there you go. Anyway, guys, enjoy your Sunday. Asher, this is why do you know what's wild about her? She does this every stream. When I start wrapping up and saying goodbye, or I say peace, she knows that's the end, and then she'll start jumping up and being like, "Right, you can come and see me now." It's a madness. It's madness. Isn't it? You are crazy. You are crazy. Anyway, guys, enjoy. No, she's joking. Anyway, guys, enjoy. Have a good Sunday, and we'll be back tomorrow. I appreciate you guys locking in. Solo in. You're right. Solo in streams are always can be I know a bit monotonous, and hearing one person's voice can be quite boring. So I appreciate everyone sticking in with me for the whole time, and we'll be back tomorrow. Check out the fan views. Matt here.